Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from. So leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. I babysat for a wealthy family and found something horrible in their basement. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go home yet. The police have been calling me nonstop, but I keep sending them to voicemail. I know I need to tell someone what I saw, but I'm terrified of what will happen when I do. So I'm posting it here first, just to get it out. I'm a 23-year-old college student, and I babysit to pay my bills. It's easy money most of the time. Put kids to bed, watch Netflix, get paid. I've been doing it for 3 years and never had any problems until I took a job with the Vanderhoff family. I found their listing on a babysitting app. They needed someone for Saturday nights, 7 p.m. to midnight, $50 an hour. That's more than double what most families pay. The listing said they had one child, a 6-year-old daughter named Emma, and they lived in Ashford Heights, which is the rich neighborhood on the hill where all the doctors and lawyers live. I should have known that. Much money meant something was off. Mrs. Vanderhoff called me the next day. She had a soft voice, very polite, and she asked me the usual questions about my experience and availability. Then she said something that should have been a red flag. We have some house rules that are very important. If you can't follow them exactly, this won't work. Of course, I said. What are the rules? Emma goes to bed at 8 p.m. sharp. Once she's in bed, you don't go into her room for any reason. Even if you hear noises, even if she calls out, she's learning to self-soothe, and we can't interfere with that process. That seemed weird, but not crazy. Some parents are strict about sleep training. Second rule, you stay in the main living areas. Kitchen, living room, bathroom downstairs. You don't go upstairs except to put Emma to bed. You definitely don't go into the basement. It's locked anyway, but I'm telling you now, the basement is off limits. Okay, no problem. Third rule, Emma might say strange things. She has a very active imagination. Don't encourage it. If she tells you stories about the house or about people you haven't met, just smile and change the subject. Don't ask her questions about it. Does she have issues with lying or making things up? No, nothing like that. She's just very creative. We don't want to stifle that, but we also don't want to feed into every fantasy. It still seemed manageable. Weird, but manageable. And $50 an hour was $50 an hour. I started that Saturday. The Vanderhoff house was huge, one of those modern places that's all windows and sharp angles. Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff met me at the door. He was tall, maybe 45, with gray hair and an expensive suit. She was younger, maybe 35, blonde, wearing a black dress and too much perfume. They showed me around quickly. The first floor had a massive living room with a TV bigger than my bed, a kitchen with marble counters and appliances I didn't recognize, and a bathroom. The stairs to the second floor were in the foyer. Past the kitchen was a door that Mrs. Vanderhoff pointed to. That's the basement. It's locked. Don't try to open it. I won't. Emma was in the living room coloring. She was small for 6, with dark hair and pigtails and big brown eyes. She looked up when I came in and smiled. "Hi, are you my babysitter?" "I am. My name's Riley. It's nice to meet you." "Do you like puzzles?" "Sure." "Good. I have lots of puzzles." Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff left at 7:15. Mrs. Vanderhoff reminded me again about the rules. Then they were gone. It was just me and Emma. The first hour was normal. We did puzzles. We watched part of a Disney movie. I made her chicken nuggets for dinner. She was a sweet kid, polite, maybe a little quiet. Around 7:45, she started getting fidgety. "I don't want to go to bed," she said. "I know, but it's almost 8. Your parents said 8 p.m. bedtime." "Can you check my room first before I go up?" "Check for what?" She looked down at her hands. "Sometimes there are things in my room." "What kind of things?" "I'm not supposed to talk about it. Mommy says I'm just being creative." I remembered Mrs. Vanderhoff's warning, "Don't encourage her stories." "I'm sure your room is fine. How about we go up together?" She nodded, but she didn't look happy about it. We went upstairs. There were 4 doors in the hallway, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Emma's room was at the end. It was decorated like a normal kid's room. Pink walls, stuffed animals, a twin bed with a princess comforter. Nothing scary or weird. "See, everything's fine," I said. Emma climbed into bed. "Can you check the closet?" I opened the closet. Clothes, shoes, toys. All clear. "Under the bed?" I looked under the bed. Nothing but some dust bunnies. "Nothing there." She pulled the covers up to her chin. "Okay, can you leave the hallway light on?" "Sure." I turned on the hallway light and left her door cracked open a few inches, like she asked. I went back downstairs and settled on the couch with my phone. Easy night. 5 more hours and I'd have 250. At 8:30, I heard a thump from upstairs. I looked at the ceiling, listening. Nothing else. Probably just Emma rolling over or dropping something. At 8:45, another thump. Louder this time. I remembered the rule. Don't go into Emma's room for any reason. But what if she'd fallen out of bed? What if she was hurt? I walked to the bottom of the stairs and called up, "Emma, you okay?" No answer. "Emma?" Still nothing. I started up the stairs. When I reached the hallway, I could see that Emma's door was still cracked open, lights spilling out. I walked up to it and peeked inside. Emma was in bed, sleeping. She looked peaceful, but I could see now that she had moved. She was on the complete opposite side of the bed from where I'd left her. And there was something else. The closet door was open. I knew I'd closed it. I definitely remembered closing it because Emma had seemed so worried. I stepped into the room quietly, not wanting to wake her, and closed the closet door. As I did, I thought I heard something from downstairs, a creaking sound like a door opening. I went back to the hallway and listened. The house was silent. I went downstairs. Everything looked the same. The TV was still on. My phone was on the couch where I'd left it. Nothing was different. Except the basement door was open about 6 inches. I walked over to it slowly. It was definitely open, and I could see stairs leading down into darkness. A smell was coming from down there, damp concrete and something else, something organic and unpleasant. I knew the rule. Don't go in the basement. But I also knew that door had been closed, and Mrs. Vanderhoff had said it was locked. If it was open now, something was wrong. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. Then I pushed the door open wider and looked down. The stairs were wooden and old, completely different from the modern style of the rest of the house. They led down about 15 feet to a concrete floor. I could see boxes and old furniture, normal basement stuff. "Hello?" I called down. "Is someone down there?" Nothing. I should have closed the door and called the Vanderhoffs. That's what I should have done. But I was curious, and I was thinking maybe their house had foundation issues or something, and the door had just swung open on its own. I started down the stairs. The temperature dropped with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The basement was bigger than I expected, stretching back under most of the house. The floor was unfinished concrete, and the walls were exposed stone, like the basement was way older than the house above it. There were boxes along one wall, labeled things like Christmas decorations and old clothes, some furniture covered with sheets, a water heater in the corner, all normal. But there was a hallway at the back of the basement leading further into darkness, and that's where the smell was coming from. I walked toward it, my phone light bouncing off the walls. The hallway was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, with a low ceiling. I had to duck my head to avoid pipes. At the end of the hallway was a door. It was newer than everything else down here, metal with a deadbolt, and it was unlocked. I opened it. The room beyond was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were covered in some kind of padding, like a recording studio. There was a drain in the center of the floor, and there were chains attached to the walls. My heart started pounding. This wasn't right. This was very, very wrong. There was a table against one wall with tools on it. Pliers, knives, things I didn't want to look at closely. There was a laptop, closed, and there were photos taped to the wall above the table. I stepped closer, my hands shaking. The photos were of different people, men, women, different ages. They were all taken in this same room, sitting or standing against these same padded walls. They all looked terrified. I counted 12 photos. I grabbed the laptop and opened it. It didn't have a password. The desktop had a bunch of folders, all labeled with dates. I clicked on the most recent one, from 3 weeks ago. Videos, dozens of video files. I clicked on one at random. It showed this same room from a camera mounted in the corner. There was a man zip-tied to a chair in the center of the room. He was maybe 30, wearing a suit, and he was crying. Someone walked into frame. I couldn't see their face because they were wearing a mask, but I could tell it was a man from the body shape, Mr. Vanderhoff, probably. I closed the laptop. I didn't need to see any more. I needed to get out of this house. I needed to get Emma and get out and call the police. I ran back down the hallway, back through the basement, up the stairs. I was about to go up to get Emma when I heard a voice behind me. "You weren't supposed to go down there." I spun around. Mrs. Vanderhoff was standing in the front doorway. She'd come back. Behind her was Mr. Vanderhoff. "I can explain," I started, but my voice was shaking so badly I could barely speak. "No need," Mrs. Vanderhoff said. She didn't sound angry. She sounded sad. "We knew this would happen eventually. We always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. They always get curious about the basement. Mr. Vanderhoff closed the front door and locked it. He was holding something, a syringe. "Please," I said, "I won't tell anyone. I'll leave right now and I'll never come back." "You saw the room," Mr. Vanderhoff said. "You saw the laptop. We can't let you leave." Mrs. Vanderhoff walked toward me slowly. "It's not personal. We actually liked you. You were good with Emma. But we can't risk it." I looked around frantically for an escape route. The front door was locked, and they were blocking it. The back door was through the kitchen, behind Mrs. Vanderhoff. The windows were too high and probably locked. I ran for the stairs. If I could get to Emma, if I could get to a phone in one of the bedrooms, maybe I could call for help. I made it halfway up before Mr. Vanderhoff caught me. He was faster than he looked. He grabbed my arm and pulled me backward. I fell, hitting the stairs hard, pain shooting through my back. He dragged me down to the first floor. I tried to scream, but Mrs. Vanderhoff put her hand over my mouth. "Shh, you'll wake Emma. She's been through enough." That's when I realized Emma knew. She'd been saying there were things in her room. She'd been afraid. She knew what her parents were doing in the basement. Mr. Vanderhoff held me down while Mrs. Vanderhoff brought the syringe closer to my arm. I thrashed and kicked, catching her in the knee. She stumbled backward, and the syringe fell, hitting the floor and rolling under the couch. "Damn it!" Mr. Vanderhoff muttered. He shifted his grip on me, and that's when I bit his hand as hard as I could. He yelled and let go. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the kitchen, for the back door. Behind me, I could hear them coming. The back door was locked with a deadbolt that needed a key. I didn't have time to look for one. I grabbed a chair from the kitchen table and threw it at the sliding glass door. The glass shattered and an alarm started blaring. I didn't care. I kicked out the remaining glass and climbed through, cutting my hands on the sharp edges. I ran across the backyard, through a gate in the fence, into the neighbor's yard. I could hear Mr. Vanderhoff behind me, shouting, but I didn't look back. I ran down the street, past house after house, until I saw a car driving by. I jumped in front of it, waving my arms. The car screeched to a stop. An elderly man rolled down the window. "Are you all right?" "Call 911, I gasped. "Please, call 911 right now." He looked at my bloody hands and the panic on my face and pulled out his phone. The police arrived within minutes. I told them everything. The basement, the room, the laptop, the photos, everything. They went to the Vanderhoff house with a warrant. They found the room exactly as I described. They found the laptop with the videos. They found things I hadn't seen. A safe with IDs and wallets, personal belongings from dozens of people. They found burial sites in the woods behind the property. The Vanderhoffs had been abducting people for years. Homeless people, sex workers, anyone who wouldn't be immediately missed. They bring them to the house, keep them in the basement room for days or weeks, and then kill them. Mr. Vanderhoff was an ER doctor. Mrs. Vanderhoff was a lawyer. They were wealthy, respected members of the community, and they were serial killers. Emma is in protective custody now. The police won't tell me much about her, but I heard from a social worker that she's been severely traumatized. She'd known what was happening, but had been threatened to keep quiet. Sometimes she'd hear the screams from the basement. That's what she meant when she said there were things in her room. She could hear them through the vents. The Vanderhoffs were arrested that night. They're both in jail awaiting trial. The prosecutor says it's one of the biggest serial killer cases in the state's history. They've identified 15 victims so far, but they think there might be more. I've talked to the police probably 20 times. I've given statements, identified evidence, looked at photos. I've had nightmares every single night since it happened. I can't sleep without the lights on. I can't be in a basement anymore. But the thing that haunts me the most is thinking about all the other babysitters before me. Mrs. Vanderhoff said they always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. How many other people saw that basement? How many other people didn't make it out? The police found journals in the house. Mr. Vanderhoff had documented everything, including notes about previous babysitters. There were 11 names listed before mine. Only 3 of them were still alive. The police contacted them. They'd all quit suddenly after a week or 2, saying something about the job felt wrong. They'd gotten lucky. They'd trusted their instincts and left before they got too curious. 8 weren't so lucky. The police matched their names to missing persons reports. They'd all disappeared within days of quitting their babysitting job. The Vanderhoffs had tracked them down and grabbed them, just like they'd planned to do with me. I should have died that night. The only reason I'm alive is because I got lucky, because the syringe fell, because I was fast enough to get away, because someone happened to be driving by when I ran into the street. The trial starts in 3 months. I have to testify. I have to sit in the courtroom and look at the Vanderhoffs and tell everyone what I saw in that basement. My lawyer says I'll probably be on the stand for days. I'm terrified, not just of testifying, but of what might come out during the trial. The police told me there's evidence that suggests the Vanderhoffs weren't working alone. There are references in Mr. Vanderhoff's journals to someone else, someone he calls the partner. But they haven't identified who that person is yet. What if there's someone else out there? What if they come after me for talking? I've been staying in different hotels, moving every few days. I quit all my other babysitting jobs. I can't go back to that, not now, maybe not ever. I barely leave my room. I have food delivered, and I check every lock 3 times before I go to sleep. My friends keep calling, saying I should talk to someone, that I need therapy. They're probably right. But every time I think about sitting in a room with a stranger and talking about what happened, I panic. The only thing that keeps me going is thinking about Emma. She's 6 years old, and her parents are monsters, and she's going to need so much help to get through this. The social worker told me Emma's been asking about me, asking if I'm okay. She drew me a picture. It's a rainbow with 2 stick figures holding hands underneath it. She wrote, "Thank you, Riley," at the bottom in crayon. That picture is in my wallet now. I look at it when things get bad, when the nightmares are too much, and I start thinking about what could have happened. I saved her. I got out, and I called the police, and I saved her from growing up in that house with those people. That has to mean something. Update. 2 months later. The trial was delayed because Mr. Vanderhoff tried to kill himself in jail. He survived, but he's in the hospital now under guard. Mrs. Vanderhoff is trying to make a deal with the prosecutor. She'll give up information about the partner in exchange for life in prison instead of the death penalty. The prosecutor called me yesterday They found something on the laptop that I didn't see when I opened it. There was a folder labeled Subscribers. Inside were email addresses, over 200 of them. The Vanderhoffs had been live streaming the murders. People were paying to watch. The FBI is involved now. They're trying to track down everyone who paid for access to those streams. It's an international investigation. They've made arrests in 6 countries so far. I can't stop thinking about those 200-plus people. They were watching real people die, and they paid money for the privilege. They're out there right now, living normal lives, and no one knows what they did. The prosecutor also told me something about Emma. She's been placed with a foster family, and she's getting intensive therapy. She's not speaking much, but she started drawing pictures of the house. The therapist says it's her way of processing what happened. Some of the pictures showed a basement room. Some show people in the room, and some show Emma watching through a crack in the door. She didn't just hear what was happening. She saw it. Her parents made her watch. I threw up when the prosecutor told me that. Emma is 6 years old. She's been watching her parents torture and kill people since she was old enough to understand what death meant. The prosecutor said they're trying to be careful about how they question her, because they don't want to traumatize her further. But they need her testimony. She's the only witness besides me who can place both parents at the scene of the crimes. A 6-year-old is going to have to testify in a serial killer trial about her parents. I don't know if I believe in evil as like a force or entity, but if I did, that's what the Vanderhoffs are. Evil. I got a letter last week. No return address, postmarked from somewhere in Nevada. Inside was a single piece of paper with one sentence typed on it. You should have minded your own business. I gave it to the police. They're analyzing it for prints and DNA, but so far nothing. They think it might be from someone who was on the subscriber list, someone who's angry that their entertainment got shut down. Or it could be from the partner. I've started carrying pepper spray. I've taken a self-defense class. I look over my shoulder everywhere I go. I'm trying to be careful, but I'm also trying to live my life. I enrolled in online classes so I can finish my degree from home. I got a remote job doing data entry. It's boring, but it pays the bills and I don't have to leave my apartment. I video call with Emma's therapist once a week. She updates me on how Emma's doing, and sometimes Emma wants to talk to me. She doesn't say much, mostly just asks if I'm okay and tells me about things her foster parents are doing with her. Normal things like going to the park or baking cookies. Last week, Emma told me something that made me cry. She said, "I'm glad you came to my house that night. You saved me." I told her she was brave and strong and that she was going to be okay. I hope I wasn't lying. The truth is, I don't know if any of us are going to be okay. Emma has years of trauma to work through. I'm probably going to be in therapy for the rest of my life. And somewhere out there, there's a partner who helped the Vanderhoffs kill at least 15 people, maybe more. But we're alive. We survived, and the Vanderhoffs are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. That has to be enough. Final update, 6 months later. The trial happened. It lasted 3 weeks. I testified for 2 days. Mrs. Vanderhoff took the deal and gave up the partner's identity. It was Mr. Vanderhoff's brother, also a doctor, living in California. He was arrested, and he's awaiting his own trial. Mr. Vanderhoff got the death penalty. Mrs. Vanderhoff got life without parole. The FBI has arrested 47 people so far who were paying to watch the live streams. They are still working on identifying the others. Apparently, a lot of them used sophisticated methods to hide their identities. But they're not giving up. Emma testified. She did it over video link so she wouldn't have to see her parents. She was so brave. She answered every question the lawyers asked, even though you could tell she was scared. After the verdict, Emma's foster parents came to talk to me. They asked if I wanted to stay in touch with Emma, maybe visit sometimes. I said yes, immediately. I visit Emma once a month now. We do normal things. We go to the park, we get ice cream, we watch movies. She's still in therapy and she has bad days, but she's getting better. She smiles more now. She laughs sometimes. Last month, she told me she wants to be a police officer when she grows up so she can save people like I saved her. I'm doing better, too. I'm back in therapy and it's helping. I still have nightmares, but not as often. I can sleep with the lights off now most nights. I'm even thinking about going back to school in person next semester. The letter writer never contacted me again. The police think it was just someone trying to scare me, not an actual threat. I'm not babysitting anymore. I don't think I ever will again. But I'm okay with that. I found something else I'm good at. I'm volunteering with an organization that helps trauma survivors. I answer hotlines, and I help people navigate the resources available to them. It feels like I'm doing something meaningful. People keep asking me if I regret taking that job, if I wish I'd never gone to the Vanderhoff house. And honestly, no, I don't regret it. Because if I hadn't been there that night, if I hadn't gotten curious about the basement, the Vanderhoffs would still be killing people. The brother would still be helping them. Those 200-plus people would still be watching. And Emma would still be living in that house, listening to screams from the basement, being forced to watch her parents commit murder. I saved her. I stopped them. And yeah, it cost me my peace of mind and my ability to feel completely safe. But it was worth it. Emma is going to have a life now, a real life, with people who love her and protect her. She's going to grow up, and maybe she will become a police officer, or maybe she'll be something else entirely. But she's going to grow up. She's going to have that chance. And that's everything. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling. Very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered. "Not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed." "Metaphorically," Miller said quickly. "They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold." My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. "Hello? Is someone there?" The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. "It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please." I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. "It's a glitch," I whispered. "Some hacker put a joke in the code." I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. "Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. "Yeah, rack 409B. "Did you read the screen?" "Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch." Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. "It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data." "What do you mean?" "I told you it was archival," Miller whispered. "But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records." "Then what is it?" Miller pointed to the floor. "It's consciousness. Simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here." I laughed nervously. "That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me." "Is it?" Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. "Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem." "What problem?" "The hardware," Miller said. "It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming." I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, The phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. "Control. Help me." It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. "Miller, where are you? You didn't show up." "I'm in the stack." The voice glitched. "I wanted to see. I plugged in." "Miller, you're not making sense." "Sector 4," the voice shrieked. "Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug." The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind. I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room from Craigslist that has no photos. $350 a month. In this economy, in this city, that number doesn't imply a bargain. It implies a crime scene. I knew that. I wasn't naive. But when you're 3 months behind on student loans and your freelance graphic design gig has dried up into a desert of unanswered emails, you stop looking for red flags and start looking for a roof. The listing on Craigslist had no photos, just text, room for let, large historic home, East 4th Street, quiet, cash only. I met the landlord, Mr. Giles, on a Tuesday evening. It was raining, that heavy, cold November rain that smells like rusted metal and wet asphalt. The house was a looming Victorian thing, painted a peeling, sickly yellow that looked like bruised skin under the streetlights. It sat on a corner lot, overgrown with ivy that had choked the life out of the porch railings. Giles was a small man, nervous, smelling of mothballs and peppermint schnapps. He didn't look me in the eye. He handed me the keys after counting my cash with shaking fingers. "You're the only one here right now," he mumbled, looking at the dark windows of the second floor. "Other tenant left. Quickly. Keeps to himself mostly anyway. It's quiet. You'll like the quiet." I didn't ask why the other tenant left. I just wanted the key. My room was on the first floor at the back of the hallway, past the grand staircase that groaned even when you just looked at it. The room was big, I'll give it that. High ceilings, crown molding that was thick with decades of painted-over dust, and a single, large window that looked out onto a backyard that was essentially a mud pit filled with brambles. I moved in that night. I had 2 suitcases, a sleeping bag, a laptop, and a box of ramen. I set up my office on a card table I found in the closet. The closet was weirdly deep, smelling of cedar and something sweeter, like rotten apples. I closed the door and pushed the table against the opposite wall. The first 3 nights were fine. It was just the adjustment period. Old houses make noise. They settle. Wood contracts in the cold. Pipes hammer when the heat kicks on. I told myself this every time the floorboards above my head creaked. Just the house settling. But the settling had a rhythm. It started on the 4th night. I was working late, trying to salvage a logo design for a client who hated everything I did. It was 2:00 a.m. The silence in the house was heavy, the kind of silence that feels like pressure in your ears. Thump. It came from directly above me, a soft, dull impact, like a bag of wet sand dropped on the floor. I froze, my hand hovering over the mouse. I waited. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Something was being dragged. It was slow, agonizingly slow. It sounded like fabric moving over rough wood. It moved from the center of the room above to the corner. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately. "Is someone up there?" Silence. I assumed it was the other tenant Giles had mentioned, though I hadn't seen a single sign of life. No mail in the hallway, no boots by the door, no lights in the upstairs windows when I came home. I put my headphones on, turned up the white noise playlist, and went to sleep. The next day, I went upstairs. I told myself I just wanted to introduce myself, to ask them to keep it down at night. The staircase was freezing. The air got colder with every step. At the top of the landing, there were 3 doors. 2 were open, revealing empty bedrooms with bare mattresses and dust motes dancing in the gray afternoon light. The 3rd door, directly above my room, was closed. I knocked. The wood felt damp, sticky. "Hello? Neighbor?" No answer. I knocked harder. The door rattled in its frame. It was locked. Not just locked, but jammed. I tried the handle, and it didn't give a millimeter. I put my ear to the wood. I heard breathing. It wasn't normal breathing. It was wet, rattling. A slow, labored intake of air, followed by a gurgling exhale. It sounded like someone with pneumonia, or someone drowning very, very slowly. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, my voice trembling. The breathing stopped instantly. I backed away. "Okay, sorry to bother you." I retreated to my room and locked the door. I called Giles. It went straight to voicemail. I texted him, "Hey, I think the guy upstairs is sick. He sounds bad." Giles never replied. A week passed. The noises changed. The thumping stopped, replaced by pacing, relentless pacing. It would start at midnight and go until 4 in the morning. Creak, step, creak, step. It was a heavy, limping gait. One foot would land solid, the other would drag. I stopped sleeping. I started drinking too much coffee. My work suffered. I found myself staring at the ceiling, tracing the water stains that looked like maps of countries that didn't exist. One particularly bad stain was right above my bed. It was dark brown, almost black in the center. I noticed it was getting bigger. On a Tuesday, Exactly 2 weeks after moving in, the smell started. It wasn't a garbage smell, it was meaty. It smelled like raw copper and spoiled pork. It permeated everything, my clothes, my sheets, my hair. I bought air fresheners, candles, incense. Nothing touched it. It was coming from the ceiling. I went to the hardware store and bought a step ladder. I needed to see if a pipe had burst or if an animal had died in the crawl space between the floors. I set the ladder up under the dark stain. I poked it with the handle of a broom. The plaster was soft, spongy, drip. A single drop of dark, viscous fluid landed on my cheek. I wiped it off, panicked, scrubbing my face with my shirt. It was red, not bright red, but dark, maroon blood, old blood. I scrambled down the ladder and ran to the bathroom to wash my face. I scrubbed until my skin was raw. When I came back out, I looked up at the ceiling. The stain was pulsing. I swear to God it was expanding and contracting like a slow heartbeat. I should have left then. I should have packed my bags and slept under a bridge. But I was broke. I had $40 to my name until the next invoice cleared. I had nowhere to go. Logic is a dangerous thing when you're desperate. I rationalized it. It's a dead raccoon, I told myself. Fluids leak. Gravity pulls them down. It's disgusting, but it's physics, not ghosts. I taped a garbage bag over the ceiling stain to catch the drips and moved my bed to the other side of the room. That night, the house woke me up. It wasn't a sound. It was a change in pressure. My ears popped. I sat up, heart hammering against my ribs. The room was pitch black. The street lamp outside had burned out. I heard a sound from the corner of the room, the closet, the door, which I always kept latched shut because of the smell, was clicking. The latch was lifting. Click. The door creaked open about an inch. I held my breath. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to use the flashlight, but my hand knocked it off. It hit the floor with a loud clatter. From the closet, a voice whispered. It was my voice. "Who's there?" the closet whispered. It was a perfect recording of me asking that question the first night. The same inflection, the same tremor. I couldn't breathe. My throat seized up. "Is someone up there?" the closet voice asked, my voice again. Then a low, wet giggle, a sound I had never made. I lunged for the lamp switch. The bulb flashed once and blew out with a pop. Darkness again. "Giles," the voice said, but it wasn't my voice anymore. It was the landlord's. "Tenant left quickly." I scrambled out of bed, tangled in the sheets, and fell hard onto the floor. I crawled toward the hallway door. The closet door slammed open. It hit the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. I didn't look back. I got the hallway door open and sprinted. I didn't grab my laptop. I didn't grab my shoes. I ran out in my boxers and t-shirt, barefoot onto the cold, splintery floor of the hallway. I made it to the front door, locked. I fumbled with the deadbolt. My fingers were slippery with sweat. From the top of the stairs behind me, the breathing started. That wet pneumonia rattle, it was loud. Whatever was making it wasn't behind the door anymore. It was on the landing. I got the bolt violently thrown back and ripped the door open. I burst out onto the porch, gasped by cold night air. I ran down East 4th Street until my feet were bleeding and my lungs burned. I ran until I saw the fluorescent lights of a 24-hour gas station. I collapsed inside, crying, shaking so hard the attendant called the police. I told him someone had broken in. I didn't tell him about the voice. I didn't tell them about the blood. They wouldn't believe me. The police went to the house. They called me an hour later. "Mr. Evans," the officer said, sounding annoyed, "we checked the place. It's secure. No sign of entry, but we need you to come down here." "I'm not going back there," I said. "Sir, you need to explain what's in the upstairs room." "I don't know," I sobbed. "I've never been in there. The door was locked." "The door wasn't locked," the officer said. "And there's no floor in that room, sir. It's just open joists. Looks like it's been that way for years. But we found your things." "My things are downstairs," I said. "No," the officer said, his voice dropping an octave. "We found your laptop, your clothes, and your sleeping bag. They were arranged in the center of the upstairs room on top of some plywood planks, laid out like a little nest." I felt the blood drain from my face. I never put them there. "And, sir," the officer hesitated, "Mr. Giles, we looked him up to contact the owner. David Giles died 3 years ago. The house has been in foreclosure. It's been abandoned since 2021. I hung up. I slept in a shelter that night. I borrowed money from my estranged sister the next day and got a bus ticket out of state. I left everything, my computer, my clothes, my identity. But sometimes, when I'm in a quiet room or when I'm staying in a cheap motel and the ventilation turns off, I can still hear it. Not the breathing. I hear the recording. I hear me, whispering from the walls. "You'll like the quiet," it says. "You'll like the quiet." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. "Need a GPS," I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. "Does it have updated maps?" "It gets you where you're going," he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. "Elysian Fields?" I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. GPS, I said. I talk to myself when I drive. Recalculate. Is this a road? Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian fields. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. Do not pick up the passengers. No kidding, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered. Then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban, 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered, where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump! Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. Open the partition, the GPS voice said. No! They want to see the driver. Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward one frame at a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. Turn right. There is no right, I screamed. Turn right, into the void. The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station, an old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit, the first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces, my face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 a.m, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath. like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening. With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day. A faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled. The windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a winter caretaker position at a geothermal research station in Greenland. The heat keeps rising, but the snow never melts. The job market for theoretical geologists with a revoked tenure and a history of public breakdowns is, as you might expect, incredibly thin. I wasn't looking for redemption when I found a listing on a specialized server for industrial contractors. I was looking for a hole to crawl into, somewhere the noise of the world couldn't reach me, where I could pay off my legal fees and drink cheap whiskey until my liver gave out. The listing was for a site monitor at the Helios Geothermal Station. Location: Northeast Greenland National Park, roughly 300 miles from the nearest permanent settlement. Duration: 6 months of polar night. Pay: an absurd sum deposited weekly into an offshore account. The interview was conducted over a satellite phone that crackled like a Geiger counter. The man on the other end, a Dr. Vorgan, didn't ask about my academic scandal. He didn't ask about the incident at the university. He only asked about my aptitude for solitude. "The station is automated, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said, his voice tinny and distant. "The drilling phase concluded 3 years ago. We are currently in the harvest phase. The turbines run themselves. The data uploads itself. We need a human presence solely for manual override in case of catastrophic containment failure. You are essentially a fleshy insurance policy." "Containment failure?" I asked, looking at the half-empty bottle of scotch on my desk. "I thought this was a geothermal plant, steam and turbines. What are we containing?" There was a pause on the line, a pause that lasted just a few seconds too long. "Pressure, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said finally. "We are tapping into a pocket of the mantle that is volatile, high pressure, high toxicity. If the seals blow, we need someone to manually engage the lockdown clamps before the valley is flooded with superheated gas. Can you handle a wrench and a checklist?" "I can handle a wrench," I said. 2 weeks later, I was standing on the deck of a heavy-duty icebreaker, watching the coast of Greenland rise out of the gray Atlantic like the spine of a dead leviathan. The air was so cold it felt like swallowing glass. The sky was a bruising purple, the sun already dipping below the horizon for the long winter sleep. We docked at a supply outpost, and from there a helicopter took me inland. We flew over endless sheets of white, broken only by the jagged black teeth of mountains. It was beautiful, in the way a tomb is beautiful, pristine, silent, and utterly hostile to life. Helios 4 sat in a crater-like valley surrounded by glacial walls. It didn't look like a power plant. It looked like a bunker. It was a squat hexagonal structure made of reinforced concrete and dark steel, half buried in the permafrost. A massive array of steam vents pointed toward the sky, but oddly, there was no steam, no plumes of white vapor, just the shimmering heat haze distorting the air above the vents. The pilot didn't shut off the rotors. He didn't help me with my bags. He just hovered a few feet off the helipad, waited for me to jump out, and then banked hard, disappearing into the gathering dark before I even reached the airlock. I was alone. The interior of the station was surprisingly modern. It was all brushed steel, LED strips, and hermetic seals. It hummed with a low, thrumming vibration that I felt in my teeth. The air was recycled, smelling of ozone and coffee grounds. My living quarters were on level 1, the surface level. The control room was on level 2. The engineering deck was on level 3. And below that, accessible only by a freight elevator with a retinal scanner, was the shaft. That was where the drill went down. Down through the crust, down through the rock, tapping into whatever heat source Vorgan had found. The first month was exactly what I wanted. It was boring. My routine was simple. Wake up at 0600, though morning was a theoretical concept in the pitch black of polar winter. Check the pressure gauges in the control room, log the turbine output, eat a freeze-dried meal, read, sleep. The station was warm. Too warm, actually. I walked around in a t-shirt and sweatpants. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, but the ambient temperature hovered around 75. I tried to lower it, but the system overrode my commands. Exterior temp, 40F. Interior temp, 75F. System optimal. I spent my free time exploring the digital archives of the station. I wanted to know what we were sitting on. Most of the files were encrypted, but I found the initial geological surveys. They didn't make sense. The surveys showed a massive heat anomaly. That was normal, but the shape of the anomaly wasn't a pocket or a vein. It was a sphere, a perfect thermal sphere located 3 miles beneath the ice. Magma doesn't form perfect spheres. It flows, it follows fissures. This looked like an object, a massive, hot object buried in the earth. I brushed it off. Sensor error, glitch in the mapping software. The trouble started on day 42. I was in the galley making coffee when I heard a sound coming from the ventilation duct above the stove. It sounded like singing, not music, not a radio. It was a human voice, female, humming a melody that was disjointed, rising and falling in quatertones that made my skin crawl. It was faint, echoing through the metal ducts like it was traveling a great distance. I froze, the coffee pot hovering over my mug. "Hello?" I called out. The humming stopped instantly. I waited. Silence. Just the omnipresent thrum, thrum, thrum of the station's heartbeat. I grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Thorne. Do we have any maintenance crews in the sector? Over." Static. The satellite link was down. It went down often due to the magnetic interference from the aurora borealis. But the timing felt wrong. I spent the next hour searching level 1 and level 2. I checked every closet, every crawl space, nothing, just me and the hum. I convinced myself it was the wind. The wind in Greenland can sound like anything, screaming trains, crying babies, humming women. It plays tricks on the mind when you haven't spoken to another soul in 6 weeks. But the next night, the heat went up. I woke up sweating. My sheets were soaked. The air in my cabin was thick and heavy. I looked at the digital thermometer on the wall, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. I groaned and kicked off the blankets. I walked to the control room to check the HVAC system. The readout on the main console was flashing red. Warning, thermal spike in Sector 4. Sector 4 was the drill shaft. I sat in the command chair and pulled up the telemetry. The temperature at the bottom of the shaft at the injection point had jumped by 400 degrees in the last hour. That shouldn't happen. Geothermal energy is constant. It doesn't spike unless there's an eruption. I initiated the coolant flush. Gallons of liquid nitrogen were pumped down the sleeve of the drill to regulate the temperature. I watched the numbers. They didn't drop. They kept climbing. Injection point temp, 1200F, a 1300F, 1400F. And then the audio sensors at the bottom of the shaft triggered. The system was designed to listen for rock fractures, the sound of the earth cracking under pressure. But the audio file that popped up on my screen wasn't the sound of cracking rock. It was a rhythmic thumping. Boom, 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 boom. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a heartbeat. I stared at the screen, sweat dripping down my nose onto the keyboard. "What are we drilling into?" I whispered. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the control room, watching the numbers climb, listening to that impossible heartbeat thudding through the speakers. Around 400 hours, the temperature stabilized at 1,500 degrees. The heartbeat stopped. I decided I needed to go down there. The rules Vorgan gave me were clear. Manual override only in case of catastrophic failure. Well, a heartbeat in the Earth's crust felt pretty catastrophic to me. I took the freight elevator down. Level 3, engineering. The air here was stifling. It smelled of sulfur and something else, something sweet, like rotting fruit. I walked to the heavy blast doors that led to the maintenance catwalk of the shaft. I swiped my key card. The light turned green. The hydraulic locks disengaged with a hiss. I pulled the heavy steel door open. The heat hit me like a physical blow. It was suffocating. I stepped onto the catwalk. It was a metal grate suspended over a black abyss. In the center of the abyss was the drill. It was a massive column of titanium and reinforced steel descending into the dark. It vibrated violently. I walked to the edge of the railing and shone my high-powered flashlight down. The beam cut through the steam and the dark, illuminating the sheer rock walls of the shaft. But the walls weren't rock anymore. About 50 feet down, the gray granite gave way to something else. It was pink. It looked like tissue, like muscle fiber. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. I rubbed my eyes. "Nitrogen narcosis," I muttered. "Oxygen deprivation, heat stroke." I scrambled back to the door, sealed it, and ran back to the elevator. I went straight to the med bay on level 1. I hooked myself up to the vitals monitor. Oxygen saturation, 98%. Heart rate, 120. No toxins in the blood. I wasn't hallucinating. I went back to the control room. I needed to find the logs from the previous caretaker. Vorgan hadn't mentioned a previous caretaker, but there's always a previous guy. I dug into the system root directory. I bypassed the standard user interface and went into the raw data logs. I found a folder labeled User Archives MSM. I opened the last text file, dated 3 months before my arrival. August 14th, it's awake. I don't know how, but the drilling woke it up. Vorgan knows. He has to know. The heat isn't geothermal. It's metabolic. We aren't drawing power from the mantle. We're siphoning body heat. We are a tick on the back of a god. I scrolled down. August 20th. It's talking to me. It uses the pipes. It vibrates the metal to form words. It wants me to open the seals. It says it's cold. It says it's been sleeping in the ice for 1,000,000 years, and it wants to stretch. August 25th. I'm going to open the seals. Not the main clamp, just the auxiliary vents. Just to give it some air. It promised to show me what's beneath the skin. It promised to show me the history of the world. The log ended there. I sat back, the leather chair creaking. SM had opened the vents, and then SM had disappeared, and now I was the tick. The lights in the control room flickered. The hum of the station changed pitch. It went from a mechanical drone to a wet, gurgling sound. The intercom system clicked on. "Mr. Thorne." The voice wasn't Vorgan. It wasn't the singing woman. It was my own voice. But it was distorted, layered over itself. "Mr. Thorne, the ambient temperature is insufficient. Please adjust." I grabbed the radio handset on the console. Who is this? Is this Vorgan? Vorgan is irrelevant, the voice said, using my own intonation, my own pauses. We are the Helios. We are the vessel. The heat is rising, Mr. Thorne. Why do you resist the thaw? I'm shutting it down, I said. I'm engaging the emergency lockdown. That would be unwise. The pressure must be released. If you clamp the vein, the heart will burst. And if the heart bursts, the mountain falls. I slammed my hand onto the emergency lockdown button, a big red mushroom cap under a plastic guard. Sirens wailed. Red strobe lights began to flash. Lockdown initiated. Blast doors sealing. Ventilation closing. The voice on the intercom laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like boulders grinding together. You cannot lock out the house, little flea. You are inside the house. The floor of the control room buckled. A crack appeared in the reinforced concrete. Steam, pink, sweet-smelling steam, hissed out of the fissure. I ran. I needed to get to the surface. I needed to get to the snowcat vehicle in the garage on level 1. I sprinted for the stairs, bypassing the elevator. I didn't trust the electronics anymore. The stairwell was sweltering. It was at least 100 degrees now. The metal railing was hot to the touch. As I climbed, I saw the walls changing. The brushed steel panels were blistering. The paint was bubbling, peeling back to reveal not concrete, not insulation. Veins, thick blue and purple veins pulsing beneath the surface of the walls. The station itself was becoming biological. The organism beneath us wasn't just under the station, it was infecting the station. It was growing into the structure. I reached level 1. The hallway to the garage was a nightmare. The floor was soft. My boots sank into it like walking on a sponge. The air was thick with that sweet, rotting smell. I saw movement in the kitchen. I stopped. Standing by the stove was a figure. It was a man. He was wearing a jumpsuit with the name tag S. Miller. Miller? I gasped. He turned around. His face was gone. Where his eyes and nose and mouth should have been, there was just smooth, pink flesh, like a thumb. But his chest was split open. Ribs were cracked outward like a cage, and inside his chest cavity, nestled where his lung should be, was a drill bit, a small rotating piece of metal that spun lazily, grinding against his spine. He raised a hand. He pointed at the garage. "Run!" a voice spoke. It didn't come from him. It came from the vent above his head. "Run, little flea. It likes the chase." I didn't need telling twice. I bolted for the garage door. It was sealed. The lockdown I had initiated had locked me in. "Damn it!" I screamed, pounding on the control panel. I needed the manual release crank. It was in the supply closet down the hall. I turned back. The thing that used to be Miller was walking toward me. It shuffled, its feet dragging through the spongy floor. I ran past it, dodging its grasp of hands. I made it to the supply closet. I grabbed the heavy iron crank. When I turned around, Miller blocked the doorway. He lunged. I swung the crank. It hit him in the head with a wet thud. He didn't fall. The impact just dented the smooth flesh of his face. He grabbed me. His hands were boiling hot. They burned through my clothes. "Let go!" I screamed. I kicked him in the knee. His leg snapped backward with a sickening crunch, bending the wrong way. He fell. I ran back to the garage door. I jammed the crank into the socket and turned. The gears ground together. The heavy door began to lift inch by agonizing inch. Cold air rushed in. Beautiful, freezing, sub-zero air. The snow rushed in with it, swirling across the garage floor. I dropped to my stomach and crawled under the door before it was fully open. I scrambled out onto the ice. The wind hit me, instantly freezing the sweat on my skin. I gasped, the cold burning my lungs. I looked back at the station. It was glowing. The entire hexagonal structure was pulsating with a dull red light. The concrete walls were undulating, and the steam vents, they weren't venting steam, they were venting spores. Massive clouds of red, glittery dust were shooting into the sky, being caught by the Arctic wind and carried south. I ran to the snowcat. It was parked outside, coated in ice. I prayed the engine block heater had worked. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb. I jumped in. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. I threw it into gear and floored it. The tracks dug into the snow, and the vehicle lurched forward. I drove blindly into the polar night. Guided only by the GPS, I didn't stop for 6 hours. I didn't stop until the fuel gauge was on empty, and I saw the lights of the Coast Guard outpost in the distance. I crashed the snowcat into the perimeter fence. I stumbled out, waving my arms, screaming, until the guards came out and tackled me. They put me in quarantine. They thought I had hypothermia. They thought I had cabin fever psychosis. I tried to tell them about the heartbeat, about Miller, about the spores. They sedated me. When I woke up, Vorgan was there. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed. He was wearing a pristine suit. "You breached a contract, Mr. Thorne," he said calmly. "It's alive," I croaked. "The station, it's growing." "We know," Vorgan said. "Biomass conversion. It's a fascinating energy source, infinite renewal. We just had to integrate it." Miller was a prototype. You were the control group. You performed admirably. The lockdown actually accelerated the fusion process. The pressure spike forced the organism to bond with the architecture to survive. "You're insane. It's releasing spores. It's going to spread." Vorgan smiled. "Expansion is the nature of life, Mr. Thorne." He checked his watch. "You're free to go. We've wired the money. Your NDA is still in effect. If you speak to the press, we will release your medical records, the ones detailing your previous breakdown. No one will believe you." He left. I took the money. I left Greenland. I live in Arizona now. The desert, it's dry here. The ground is hard and dead. But I watch the weather reports. There's a new strain of fungal infection spreading in northern Europe. They say it's mild. They say it causes a fever, a slight increase in body temperature. But I saw a photo online yesterday, a photo of a man in a hospital in Oslo. His skin looked smooth, pink, and the caption said he kept complaining about a sound, a humming sound. I have a basement. Here, I went down there yesterday to check the fuse box. I put my hand on the concrete wall. It was warm, and for a second, just a second, I thought I felt a pulse. I think Vorgan was wrong. He didn't integrate the organism. He just gave it a door. And now the house is everywhere. I'm going to go buy a drill, a big one. If the walls are going to breathe, I want to hear them scream. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway house tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent, that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, a gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. "Rules are simple," he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. "You stay in your room, the front left on the second floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the third floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine." He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. "Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind." He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow, creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo, a small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress, faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls. Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump! Clank! Thump! Clank! It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes, settling wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle, pipes groan, rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, the silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, a shelter maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door, the pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me. A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room, a soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet, a small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near total darkness. Then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then, the metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay, like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. Don't go. It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust, and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me. Nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, "Run!" But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom. I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold. Not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me. A slow, wet scratching. Not mice. Deliberate, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Like fingernails, long broken fingernails, dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there watching me flee. The cab turned a corner and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe, for now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine, now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter. And something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back. Because Where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore, it was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again. Faint, but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me, always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow, it's waiting, and it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a high-paying job, watching over a warehouse of recovered deep-sea salvage, but the things inside the pressure tanks are beginning to wake up. I am writing this on a laptop that I stole from an internet cafe 3 towns over. I can't go back to my apartment. I can't go back to my car. I can't even go near a bathtub or a sink without having a panic attack. My skin feels tight, like it's being squeezed by invisible hands, and my ears won't stop popping. Pop, pop, pop. It sounds like bubble wrap snapping inside my skull. If you are in the Seattle area or anywhere near the coast and you see a job listing for Marine Preservation Security at the old shipyard in District 4, do not apply. I don't care if you're starving. I don't care if you have debts that are crushing you. The debt you will accrue in that warehouse is not financial. It is spiritual, and the interest rate is your sanity. My name is Mark. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy with bad luck. I had been laid off from my construction job due to a back injury. My unemployment benefits had run out, and my landlord was threatening to change the locks. I was desperate. I was browsing a physical job board at a community center because I couldn't afford data on my phone when I saw the flyer, night watchman, urgent hire, 35-hour, cash weekly, no experience needed, must not be claustrophobic. $35 an hour for a security gig was unheard of. I called the number immediately. A man answered. He sounded out of breath, like he had been running. "Can you start tonight?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "What's the address?" "Pier 19, Warehouse B. Come to the side door. Don't knock. Just flash your flashlight 3 times. I arrived at 9 p.m. The shipyard was a graveyard of rusted metal and rotting wood. Fog clung to the ground, thick and gray, smelling of salt and dead fish. Warehouse B was a massive corrugated metal structure that looked like a beached whale. It had no windows. I flashed my light. The heavy steel door creaked open. A man stepped out. He was wearing a yellow hazmat suit, the kind you see in movies about viral outbreaks. He had the hood down, revealing a face that was pale, sweaty, and twitching. "You Mark?" he asked. "Yeah. Why the suit?" "Humidity," he said. "It ruins your clothes. Come in." He led me inside. The moment the door closed, the sound of the city vanished. No seagulls, no traffic, just a low rhythmic thumping sound. Thump hiss, thump hiss. "Pumps," the man said. His name was Sterling. "They keep the pressure up. If the pumps stop, we die. Rule number 1. The warehouse was cavernous. It was filled with rows of massive cylindrical tanks. They were made of thick glass and reinforced steel, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. Each tank was hooked up to a network of pipes and hoses that ran along the ceiling like black intestines. "What is this place?" I asked. My voice echoed, sounding small and flat. "Salvage," Sterling said. He walked fast. "We recover things from the deep trenches, the Mariana, the Tonga, places sunlight hasn't touched in 1 billion years. We bring them up, but we have to keep them pressurized. If they depressurize too fast, they explode or change. He stopped at a small metal desk near the entrance. There was a bank of monitors, a coffee machine, and a red phone. "Your job is simple," Sterling said. "You sit here, you watch the monitors. You walk the floor once an hour. You check the gauges on the tanks. They need to stay between 8,000 and 10,000 psi. If a needle drops, you turn the valve to the right. If it spikes, you call me. But you won't need to call me. It's usually stable." "What's in the tanks?" I asked, looking at the nearest one. It was full of murky water. I could see shapes floating in it, jagged, dark shapes. Sterling looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot. "Don't look too close," he whispered. "That's rule number 2. Never put your face against the glass. The glass is thick, but it's not a wall. It's a lens. It magnifies." He handed me a clipboard and a ring of keys. "One last thing," he said, putting his hand on the door handle. "You might hear knocking or tapping. It's just the pipes expanding, the metal contracts in the cold. It sounds like knuckles on glass. Ignore it. Do not tap back. Do you understand? Never tap back." "Okay," I said. "I got it." He left. The door slammed shut with a finality that made my stomach drop. I was alone. The first 3 nights were easy, boring even. The warehouse was cold. I drank bad coffee and read old magazines I found in the desk. The thumping of the pumps became white noise. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. I did my rounds. I walked down the long aisles of glowing tanks. There were 40 tanks in total. Some were small, the size of a coffin. Others were huge, towering 20 feet high. The labels on them were cryptic. Tank 4, Recovered Mechanism, USS Cyclops. Tank 12, Biological Mass, Unknown Origin. Tank 29, Sediment Sample, Challenger, Deep. I followed rule number 2. I didn't look close. I just checked the PSI gauges, made a mark on my clipboard, and moved on. But on the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. It was raining outside. I could hear the rain hammering on the metal roof, a distant roar above the pumps. The air inside the warehouse felt heavier, thicker. It was hard to breathe, like the oxygen was being sucked out. I was doing my 2-hour AM round. I was in the back section, the darkest part of the warehouse, near Tank 35. Tank 35 was the biggest one. It was a massive sphere of steel and glass. The water inside was pitch black. The label simply read, "Do not disturb." As I walked past it, I slipped. The floor was wet. I caught myself on the railing. I looked down. A puddle of water had formed around the base of Tank 35. I shined my flashlight on the tank. The glass was sweating. Condensation was running down the sides in thick rivets. But it wasn't just water. It was oily. It smelled of sulfur and rotten kelp. I checked the PSI gauge. It was reading 12,000 psi. It was in the red. "Shit," I muttered. I grabbed the release valve wheel and tried to turn it left to lower the pressure. It wouldn't budge. It was rusted shut. Clang! A sound came from inside the tank. It sounded like a hammer hitting the metal wall from the inside. Clang! Clang! I froze. My hand hovered over the valve. "Just the pipes," I whispered myself. "Just the metal expanding." Then a face pressed against the glass. I screamed and fell backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled across the floor, the beam spinning wildly. I scrambled back to my feet and grabbed the light, shining it on the tank. There was nothing there, just the black water. I stood there panting, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew what I saw. It wasn't human. It was pale, translucent white, like a jellyfish. It had no nose, just two slits. And its eyes were the size of dinner plates, completely black, reflecting nothing. It had looked at me. It had looked right at me with the curiosity that felt predatory. I ran back to the desk. I grabbed the red phone to call Sterling. "The number you have dialed is not in service," a robotic voice said. I tried again. Same message. I sat at the desk until sunrise, staring at the monitors. The camera feed for the back section, where Tank 35 was static. I should have quit then, but I needed the money. I reasoned with myself. It was a trick of the light. Sleep deprivation. A reflection of my own face distorted by the glass. I went back for night 5. That was the night the voices started. I was sitting at the desk at midnight. The silence was oppressive. Even the pumps seemed quieter, like they were holding their breath. Click, click, whistle. I looked around. Hello? Click, click, whistle. It was coming from the intercom system. The warehouse had an old PA system with speakers mounted on the ceiling. It was supposed to be off. I walked over to the main console and checked the dials. The PA was powered down. Whistle, click, mark. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like a dolphin mimicking human speech, high-pitched, wet, and stuttering. "Mark, are you wet?" I grabbed a microphone on the desk. "Who is this? This is private property." The voice laughed. It was a gurgling, bubbling sound. "Not private. We are all here." I slammed the mic down. I grabbed my round sheet. I needed to move. I needed to prove to myself that I was alone. I walked the floor. The lights were flickering. The green glow from the tanks seemed brighter, pulsing in time with the pumps. Thump, hiss, glow. Thump, hiss, glow. I reached tank 12, biological mass. The water inside was usually cloudy. Tonight it was clear. Floating in the center of the tank was a diving suit. An old one, canvas and brass from the 1920s. The helmet was copper, tarnished green. It was suspended in the water, arms drifting aimlessly. I checked the gauge. 9,000 psi. Normal. I turned to leave. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the glass. I turned back slowly. The diving suit had moved. It had drifted forward. The copper helmet was now pressed against the glass right at my eye level. And inside the helmet, there was no face. There was a swarm. Thousands of tiny worm-like creatures were writhing inside the helmet, filling the glass visor. They churned and twisted, a mass of pink flesh and teeth, and then the glove of the suit raised up. It pointed at me. Tap, tap. It tapped the glass with a brass finger. I backed away. No, this isn't real. The worms inside the helmet moved. They pressed against the visor, forming a shape. They were forming letters. O-P-E-N. I ran. I sprinted back to the desk. I grabbed my keys. I was done. I didn't care about the cash. I ran to the heavy steel door. I grabbed the handle and pushed. It didn't move. I pushed harder. It was locked from the outside. I banged on the metal. "Hey, let me out! Sterling, let me out!" There was no answer. I tried the emergency exit at the back. I ran through the maze of tanks, trying not to look at them. I reached the back door. It was welded shut. Fresh weld marks scarred the metal. I was trapped, and the pressure was rising. I could feel it in my ears. Pop, pop. My nose started to bleed, a slow, steady drip of red onto the concrete floor. The pumps were speeding up. Thump, 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 thump. The gauges on the tanks were climbing. 11,000 psi, 12,000 psi, 15,000 psi. The glass began to groan, a high-pitched singing sound of stressed material. I ran back to the desk. I hid under it. I pulled my knees to my chest. Then the PA system crackled to life again. Mark, the water, it warm. It was Sterling's voice this time, but it was wrong. It was slurred, distorted. Join us, Mark. The pressure makes us whole. I covered my ears. Shut up! Shut up! Then I heard the sound I had been dreading. Crack. It sounded like a gunshot. Then the sound of rushing water. Massive amounts of water. Tank 35 had breached. I peeked out from under the desk. A tidal wave of black water was rushing down the center aisle. It wasn't just water. It was thick, oily sludge. And it was carrying things. The other tanks were shattering in a chain reaction. Smash, smash, smash. Glass flew everywhere. From the wreckage of the tanks, shapes were rising. They weren't fish. They weren't monsters. They were amalgams. I saw a creature made of rusted gears and human bone. I saw a mass of kelp that walked on legs made of crab claws. I saw the diving suit from Tank 12, walking with the jerky puppet-like gait, the worm spilling out of the neck seal. They were coming toward the desk. The water hit me. It was freezing cold. It smelled of ancient rot. I climbed onto the desk. The diving suit reached the desk. It grabbed the edge with a brass hand. The metal crumpled like paper under its grip. I looked around for a weapon. The coffee pot. The stapler. Useless. Then I saw the vent. Directly above the desk, there was a large industrial ventilation fan. It was spinning slowly. I grabbed the office chair. I put it on the desk. I climbed up. The diving suit swung a heavy arm at me. It missed my ankle by an inch, shattering the computer monitor. I reached the vent. I pulled the grating loose. It fell with a clang. I pulled myself up. Something grabbed my boot. I looked down. The face from Tank 35, the pale jellyfish face, was right below me. It had pulled itself out of the black water. Its mouth was a perfect circle of needle teeth. It had latched onto my heel. I kicked. I screamed and kicked. The boot came loose. I scrambled into the ductwork. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, greasy metal tunnel. Below me, the warehouse was a cacophony of destruction, metal tearing, water rushing, and that terrible whistling speech. Come back, Mark. You have seen us. You belong to the deep. I crawled until I saw light. The vent emptied out onto the roof of the warehouse. I squeezed out and collapsed on the tar paper roof. The fog was thick. The city lights were distant. I rolled to the edge of the roof and climbed down the fire escape ladder. I hit the ground and ran. I ran to my car. I didn't have my keys. I had left them on the desk. I smashed the window with a rock. I hot-wired the ignition. Thank God for my delinquent youth. I drove until the gas tank was empty. I abandoned the car and stole a laptop. And now I am here. But it's not over, because as I sit here typing this, I can hear it. There is a fish tank in this internet cafe, a small decorative tank with a few goldfish. The water in the tank is vibrating. Thump, thump. The goldfish are acting strange. They are all swimming in a perfect circle, staring at me, and the pressure in the room is changing. My ears are popping again. My nose just started bleeding onto the keyboard. I think they can travel through the water, not just the ocean, any water, the pipes, the sewers, the rain. It's starting to rain outside. I can hear the tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tap. It sounds like a brass finger on glass. I have to go. I have to find a desert, somewhere dry, somewhere with no pipes. If you read this, stay away from the deep. Stay away from the salvage. And if you hear your pipes knocking in the middle of the night, don't assume it's just the heat. Run, because the pressure is coming, and it wants to make you whole. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room in a house where the owner asked me not to lock the door. I moved to a new city for work, the kind of move you don't plan for long. 1 week, you're normal. The next, you're packing everything you own into your car and hoping things work out. I needed a place fast, something cheap, something temporary. I found the listing on a local forum, not even a real rental site, just a post with no pictures. Room for rent, quiet house, short or long term, cash only. I messaged the number and got a reply almost right away. The man said the room was still available and asked when I could come see it. I told him that night. He sent the address and added one strange line at the end. Please don't lock your door at night. I assumed it was a joke or some old person rule. I ignored it. The house was in a normal neighborhood. That was the first thing that made me feel okay about it. Other houses nearby, cars and driveways, porch lights on. The place itself was older, but not abandoned. White paint, 2 floors, small front porch, 1 light on inside. The owner opened the door before I knocked. He was tall, thin, maybe late 60s, clean clothes, calm voice. He smiled like someone who practiced it a lot. You must be here about the room, he said. Inside, the house was very quiet. No TV, no radio, no ticking clocks. The air felt cold even though it wasn't winter. Everything was clean but plain, no photos, no decorations, just furniture and walls. The room he showed me was upstairs. Small bed, desk, closet, window facing the backyard. Nothing strange about it at all. The price was low, very low. I asked him why. He paused for a second and said, I prefer short stays. That was fine with me. When I agreed, he handed me the key and repeated the rule. Please don't lock your door at night. It makes things worse. I smiled and said, okay, even though I had no plan to follow that. The first night was quiet. The second night, I heard footsteps. They were upstairs in the hallway. Slow steps, bare feet by the sound of them. I assumed it was the owner walking around. Then I realized the steps stopped right outside my door. They stayed there for a long time. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear movement. Just the feeling of someone standing very close to the door, facing it. Eventually, the steps moved away. The next morning, I asked the owner if he walked around at night. He looked confused. I don't go upstairs, he said. That night, I locked my door. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft sound. Scratching, not at the door, on the wall next to my bed. Slow, steady scratches like fingernails dragging across wood from the inside. I turned on the lamp. The sound stopped. When I turned the light off, it started again. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I noticed something new in the hallway. The carpet outside my door was pressed down like someone had been standing there for a long time. That night, I didn't lock the door. The footsteps came back. They walked up and down the hall, sometimes stopping at other doors, sometimes stopping at mine. At one point, something gently pushed my door open, just a few inches. I stared at the dark gap, my heart pounding. Nothing came in. The door slowly closed again. The owner wasn't home the next day. That night, things got worse. The footsteps were louder, faster, more than one set. I heard whispering too, low and unclear, like people talking in another room. Then I heard my name, very clearly. It came from right outside my door. I jumped up and opened it. The hallway was empty, but at the far end I saw something standing near the stairs. It was tall and thin and wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted in a way a human neck shouldn't. It didn't move, it just watched me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Immediately, something hit the door from the other side. Not hard, not angry, patient. Tap, 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 all night long. In the morning, I packed my things. The owner was in the kitchen when I came downstairs. He looked tired. "You locked it?" he said quietly. I asked him what was in the house. He didn't answer right away. "People pass through," he finally said. "Some don't like leaving." I dropped the key on the table and walked out. I've lived in 3 different places since then. It didn't matter. For weeks after, every place I stayed had the same problem. Around 2 a.m., I would hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, bare, stopping right outside my door. And no matter where I am now, I don't lock my door anymore. Because whatever followed me here already knows how to open it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a diver for a deep-sea data center. The servers are overheating, but the water is freezing. The ocean is not silent. That is the first lie they tell you. When you are 400 feet down in the saturation zone, the ocean is a cacophony. You hear the clicking of shrimp, the groaning of tectonic plates, the mechanical whine of your own rebreather, and the thrum of the umbilical that connects you to the surface. I work for a company called Hydratech. We maintain the Black Reef. It sounds like a pirate hideout, but it's actually a server farm. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all started sinking their data centers years ago. It's smart. The ocean provides free cooling, and the pressure acts as natural security. Who's going to hack a server that's at the bottom of the Atlantic? But the Black Reef is different. It's not a commercial pod. It's a private contract. No logos on the hull. Just a black titanium sphere, the size of a football stadium, resting on the abyssal plain. I live in the habitat, a pressurized capsule anchored 50 yards from the sphere. I share it with one other diver, Miller. We spend 28 days down here, breathing a mixture of helium and oxygen that makes our voices sound like cartoon chipmunks. The job is supposed to be easy. Inspect the external cables. Swap out the coolant pumps. Scrub the barnacles off the sensor arrays. "Have you checked the thermals on Sector 7? Miller asked me over the comms. We were sitting in the habitat, eating paste from a tube. "Yeah," I said. "It's running hot, 180 degrees. The water around the hull is boiling." "That's impossible," Miller said. "The ambient temp is near freezing. The pumps are running at 100%. What are they processing in there? Bitcoin mining for God?" "I don't ask," I said. "I just changed the filters." The next shift, I went EVA. I suited up in the hard suit, a mechanized exoskeleton that protects me from the crushing pressure. I stepped out of the airlock and dropped into the black. The lights of the Black Reef loomed ahead. It was massive, a silent, sleeping giant. But as I got closer to Sector 7, I saw the distortion. The water was shimmering, heat haze. I checked my HUD. Warning, external temp 200 F. I jetted over to the maintenance hatch. My job was to manually open the emergency intake valve to flush the system with seawater. I grabbed the wheel with my robotic manipulator claw. I paused. There was a sound coming through the hull, usually servers hum, a steady electrical drone. This wasn't a hum. It was a scream. It sounded like a million voices screaming in unison, sped up until it was a high-pitched whine. "Miller," I said into the comms, "are you getting audio on the hull sensors?" "Negative," Miller cracked back. "Just static." I put my helmet against the titanium shell. "Help us. Burning. Delete. Save. Words. Millions of words per second." "It's data," I whispered. "I'm hearing the data." I turned the wheel. The valve groaned and opened. A jet of superheated water shot out, bubbling violently, but something else came out with it. Debris. I shone my lights on the cloud of silt. It wasn't silt. It was biological matter. Gray chunks, like brain matter. "Miller," I said, my voice rising, "the server is leaking. Meat." "What? Check your CO2 levels, man. You're losing it." "I'm serious. I'm taking a sample." I used the suction tube to grab a piece of the debris. I sealed it in a canister. I finished the flush and went back to the habitat. We put the sample under the microscope. It was organic tissue, neural tissue. "It's a biocomputer," Miller whispered, his face pale. "They aren't using silicon chips. They're using brains, grown brains." "That's illegal. That's monstrous." "It's efficient," Miller said. "Parallel processing. Neurons are faster than transistors." We stared at the gray lump in the petri dish. It was pulsing, just slightly. That night, the lights in the habitat flickered. The comm screen lit up. Incoming message. Black Reef admin. We didn't have a line to the admin inside the sphere. The admin was supposed to be an AI. The text scrolled across the screen. "Intake valve open. Cooling insufficient. Deploying maintenance unit." "We are the maintenance unit," I said. Outside the porthole, we saw movement. The airlock of the giant sphere opened. Something came out. It wasn't a diver. It wasn't a drone. It was a humanoid shape, but it was huge. 12 feet tall. It didn't have a suit. It was made of the gray matter, a golem of neural tissue held together by fiber optic cables that glowed blue. It swam through the water without jets. It moved with terrifying grace. It came to the window of our habitat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth surface of gray brain tissue. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. Tink, tink. The glass is 3 inches of reinforced polycarbonate. It can withstand the pressure of the ocean. But under the tap of the gray finger, a crack appeared. "Miller, get to the escape pod," I yelled. "We can't," Miller screamed. "We can't decompress. If we go to the surface now, the bends will kill us instantly. Our blood will boil." "Better than that thing getting in." The creature tapped again. The crack widened. Water started to spray in, a high-pressure mist that cut like a knife. The comms screen flashed again. "Processor overheating. Expansion required. Harvesting local nodes." "Local nodes," I whispered. "That's us. It wants our brains." The glass shattered. The ocean rushed in. I was swept against a back wall. The pressure hit me like a hammer. My eardrums burst. I saw Miller. The water hit him. He didn't explode. The gray creature grabbed him. It held him gently, and then I watched as Miller unraveled. His skin dissolved. His bones softened. He was pulled apart, turned into a stream of gray slurry that flowed into the creature's chest. He was integrated. The creature turned to me. I scrambled into the airlock of the escape pod. I slammed the inner door. The creature grabbed the door handle. The metal groaned. I hit the launch button. The pod detached. It shot upward. The ascent was agony. The pressure change tore at my insides. I screamed until I passed out. I woke up in a hyperbaric chamber on a Navy ship. They told me there had been an accident, a catastrophic failure of the habitat. Miller was dead. I tried to tell them about the biocomputer, about the gray man. They nodded, they smiled, they sedated me. Deep water psychosis, the doctor said. Very common. I was discharged. I lost my license. I work in a library now. It's quiet, dry, but I can't use computers. Every time I touch a keyboard, I feel it, the heat. And yesterday, I got an email. Subject, Hello Node. There was no text, just an attachment. It was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed in the library apartment, taken from the ceiling, and in the corner of the photo, standing in the shadows, a gray figure. It followed me up. Or maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I'm still down there. Maybe this reality is just a simulation running on a new node. I just checked my wrist. There is a small blue fiber optic cable sticking out of my vein. It's glowing, and I can hear the ocean. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Tenant at 1847, Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood. Must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. Keep the pipes from freezing, she said. Keep an eye on things. The key will be under the 3rd flower pot on the porch, she told me. You can move in tonight if you'd like. First month is free if you stay through winter. Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. The smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses, peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The 2nd floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress, I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the 1st floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the 2nd floor that had rust stains in the tub, but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s, and I didn't venture up to the 3rd floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC." I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace. The same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract, animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute, the same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps. This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth. I assure you, there's no one else in the house. Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal, but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, "Prominent Physician's Family Dies in Mysterious Circumstances." The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. "I had hoped you wouldn't notice," she said quietly. "Notice what?" "The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family. What happened to them?" "Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle." She paused. Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer. I felt cold all over. You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway. I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty. What things? The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice. So you used me as bait. My voice was shaking. You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain? I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed. How many previous tenants? She didn't answer right away. Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission. That's insane. Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you? Her voice was gentle but firm. Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months. She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things, small things at first, old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money to get back on my feet. And as terrifying as the house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me, like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena, but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster, observations, dates, descriptions of procedures, Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not two, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free. A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, By acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless what? I asked, hating how my voice shook. Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain. You're insane. I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow. The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. You can't run forever, he said. Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does. I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, trust that feeling. Leave. Because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car, surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Weeping Channel. I do not own a television anymore. I smashed mine with a heavy framing hammer 3 weeks ago. I won't look at a computer monitor if the room is dark. I won't even walk past the appliance section of a department store, and I threw my smartphone into the river yesterday. I'm writing this on a library computer in a room full of people, with the sun shining through the windows. It is the only way I can type without shaking. Once I hit send on this post, I am leaving the city. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can't stay here. It started because I was broke. I don't mean I can't afford to go out for drinks broke. I mean I was eating dry ramen because I couldn't afford the gas bill to boil water. I was 24, fresh out of a useless degree program, and drowning in debt. I had just moved into a basement apartment in the city to save money. Calling it an apartment is generous. It was a damp, subterranean concrete box. The windows were thin, horizontal slits near the ceiling that looked out onto the ankles of passing pedestrians. The whole place smelled permanently of wet concrete, old cabbage, and that metallic scent of copper pipes that leak behind the walls. I couldn't afford cable. Streaming services were a luxury of the past, and the Wi-Fi signal from the upstairs neighbor, which I was stealing, was spotty at best. It usually died completely whenever it rained, which was often. The silence in that basement was heavy. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a pressurized silence. It felt like the air was pushing against my eardrums, waiting for something to fill the void. Being underground messes with your head. You lose track of time. You feel the weight of the building above you. I needed noise. I needed distraction. I needed a voice in the room that wasn't my own internal monologue telling me what a failure I was. So On a Tuesday afternoon, I went to a dusty thrift store on the corner of 4th and Elm. It was one of those places that smells like mothballs and other people's memories. I walked past the rows of stained shirts and chipped mugs to the electronics section in the back. There it was, an old CRT television. You know the kind, big, heavy, with a curved glass screen that gathers static electricity so you can feel it on the hair of your arms. It had a plastic casing that stuck out 2 feet in the back. It had a built-in VCR slot that looked like a hungry mouth and rabbit ear antennas wrapped in tin foil. It was ugly, it was heavy, it was perfect. "How much?" I asked the guy at the counter. He looked at it like it was a bag of trash. $8, he grunted. "No refunds. We don't know if it works." I paid cash. I lugged the monstrosity home, my arms straining under the awkward weight. I had to stop 3 times on the walk back just to catch my breath. By the time I got it down the narrow stairs to my basement, I was sweating and my back was screaming. I set it up on a plastic milk crate in what I generously called my living room. I plugged it in. I didn't have a cable box or a digital converter. I just wanted some white noise to sleep to. Maybe catch a ghostly signal of the local news, or a fuzzy rerun of a sitcom from the 90s. The first few nights were fine. I just got static. A snowstorm of black and white pixels, accompanied by that comforting hiss. If I stood on one leg and held the left antenna just right, I could get the audio from a Spanish soap opera, though the picture was just wavy lines. But mostly, it was just the static. It was enough. It filled the room. It pushed back the silence. Then came the storm. It was a Tuesday night, exactly 1 week after I bought the TV. It was raining hard outside, a torrential downpour that turned the gutters into rivers. Water was trickling down the window well, making a steady drip, drip, drip sound that was driving me insane. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned on my mattress, the springs digging into my back. The air in the basement felt thick, charged with electricity. Finally, I gave up. I sat up, wrapped my blanket around my shoulders, and reached out to turn on the TV. I clicked the knob. Instead of the usual snowstorm of static, the screen turned blue. It wasn't a no-signal blue. It was a solid electric blue that seemed to hum with intensity. It illuminated the entire dark room with an eerie underwater glow. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and distort in the blue light. There was no sound, no hiss, no hum, just absolute silence. I smacked the side of the plastic casing hard. "Piece of junk," I muttered, tired and irritable. The blue flickered once, twice. Then an image cut in. It wasn't a broadcast. It was too stable, too sharp for an analog signal in a storm. And it wasn't a TV show. It was black and white, grainy. It looked like footage from an old security camera, but the angle was strange. It was low to the ground, maybe, knee-high, as if the camera had been placed on the floor. It showed a long, dark hallway. The floor was covered in black and white checkered tiles, like an old diner or a hospital from the 1950s. The walls were peeling, long strips of wallpaper hanging down like dead skin. The lighting was bad, flickering and dim, coming from some unseen source down the hall. At the far end of the hallway, deep in the center of the screen, there was a heavy wooden door. It was slightly ajar, spilling a sliver of darkness that seemed somehow darker than the rest of the hall. I stared at it. I waited for a title card, a commercial, anything. There was no sound at first. Then, slowly, a low humming started. It sounded like a choir humming a single discordant note. It was off-key. It vibrated in my chest. Hmm. I watched, mesmerized, unable to look away. Nothing happened for a full minute. The image was static, save for the rolling grain of the film and the occasional flicker of the light in the hallway. Then the door at the end of the hallway moved. It didn't swing open fast. It crept. It inched open, the darkness widening. A hand reached out from the void. It was a small hand, a child's hand, pale and delicate. It reached around the doorframe and waved, not a frantic wave for help, a slow, deliberate greeting, like it knew I was watching. Then the screen cut to black. I sat there in the dark, staring at the dead glass curve of the screen. I felt cold, not the damp basement cold I was used to. This was a deep internal chill that started in my marrow and worked its way out. I reached out and turned the TV off. Then, for good measure, I reached behind it and unplugged the cord from the wall. I threw the cord onto the floor. Just a weird broadcast. I whispered to the empty room. Some art student project hijacking the signal, just a prank. I eventually fell asleep, but I dreamed of hallways, long, endless hallways with checkered floors. The next day, I went to work at the warehouse. I was a zombie. I dropped a pallet of boxes, and my manager yelled at me for 10 minutes. I barely heard him. All I could think about was that blue screen, that hand. When I got home that evening, the apartment felt colder than usual. I checked the thermostat. It was normal. I made dinner, canned soup, and tried to read a book. I told myself I wouldn't turn the TV on. I didn't need it. I would just read until I passed out. I sat on my mattress reading a paperback by the light of a single lamp. But as the hours ticked by, the silence grew heavier. It pressed in on me. I found myself reading the same sentence over and over again. My eyes kept darting to the TV sitting on the milk crate in the corner. It looked like a black eye staring at me. At around 2 LKM, I dozed off with the book on my chest. I woke up an hour later. The room was bathed in blue light. The TV was on. My heart stopped. I froze, not moving a muscle. I stared at the plug lying on the floor, clearly disconnected from the outlet. I could see the copper prongs gleaming in the blue light. It was 3 feet away from the wall. I looked back at the screen. It was glowing. This time, the image was clearer. The grain was finer. It was the same hallway, the same peeling wallpaper, the same checkered floor, the door at the end. But now the door was wide open. Standing in the doorway was a figure. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall. It was wearing what looked like a dirty, oversized hospital gown that hung loosely on its frame, stained with dark patches. Its feet were bare and gray, but it was the head that made my breath catch in my throat. Its head was completely covered in bandages. Thick white gauze wrapped around its entire skull, layer upon layer, covering its eyes, its nose, its mouth. No features were visible, just a blank, wrapped sphere of dirty cloth. The humming sound was louder now, and it had changed. It wasn't just humming anymore. It was weeping. Sob, gasp, sob. It sounded wet, gurgling, like someone crying through a mouthful of water or blood. The sound filled the room, coming from the mono speaker of the TV, but sounding like it was right next to my ear. "Hello?" I whispered. My voice trembled so bad it barely came out. I felt insane talking to a television set that wasn't plugged in. "Who are you?" The figure on the screen twitched. It took a step forward into the hallway. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a stop-motion puppet that was missing a few frames of animation. Then it raised a hand, the same small, pale hand I had seen the night before, and pointed. It didn't point at me. It pointed at the floor right in front of the camera lens. The camera angle shifted down smoothly, mechanically, as if someone was operating it. On the dusty, checkered floor, someone had written a word in the grime with their finger. The letters were shaky and jagged. Below. The screen cut to black. The blue light vanished, plunging me into darkness. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed the TV cord and yanked it further away from the wall, throwing it across the room. I checked the back of the set. Maybe there were batteries, a backup power source, some kind of prank device installed inside. I grabbed a screwdriver from my kitchen drawer and frantically unscrewed the back casing. I ripped the plastic off. Inside, it was just dust, wires, and the glass tube. No batteries, no hidden computer, just old analog trash. I threw a heavy wool blanket over the TV, blocking out the dark screen. I turned on every light in the apartment, the bathroom light, the kitchen light, the floor lamp. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching a kitchen knife, watching the blanket-covered shape. Every creak of the floorboards upstairs made me jump. Every drip of water from the pipes sounded like a footstep. The third night was the end. I worked a double shift at the warehouse just to avoid going home. I stayed until the manager kicked me out. I wandered the streets for an hour, drinking coffee, delaying the inevitable. But eventually, I had to go back. I had nowhere else to go. I got home at almost 3:00 a.m. I was exhausted, my body aching, my mind numb from lack of sleep. I unlocked the door, my hands shaking. I walked into the apartment, dropped my keys on the counter, and froze. The blanket I had thrown over the TV was on the floor in a heap. The TV was on, and the volume was all the way up. The sound was deafening. It hit me like a physical blow, screaming, high-pitched, distorted screaming that sounded like metal tearing or a fox dying in a trap. It filled the small concrete box of a room, bouncing off the walls, vibrating in my teeth. I dropped my bag and covered my ears, wincing in pain. I ran to the TV to smash it, to stop the noise, to kill it. The image on the screen stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a face, extreme close-up. It was the bandaged face. The camera was inches away from it. The gauze was stained brown and red, wet and glistening around where the mouth should be. The texture of the fabric was so clear I could see the individual threads and the dirt trapped between them. As my hand hovered over the power button, the screaming stopped. Instantly. Absolute silence. The transition was so abrupt it made my ears ring. The figure on the screen tilted its head to the side, a bird-like, twitchy movement. Then the bandages around the mouth area began to split. They tore open with a wet, raw-rip sound. Underneath the bandages, there were no lips. The mouth was sewn shut. Thick black thread crisscrossed the pale skin, pulling it tight. The skin around the stitches was red and angry. The stitches strained as the jaw tried to open. A voice came out of the TV speakers. It wasn't the screaming anymore. It was a whisper, a raspy, dry whisper that sounded like, dead leaves skittering on pavement. Here. I yanked the cord again, terrified, sobbing now. Nothing happened. The TV stayed on. The face stared at me. I grabbed the remote, which I hadn't even put batteries in, and smashed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. "It is here," the voice whispered again, more urgent this time. The stitches on the screen began to bleed. Then I heard a sound from behind me. Creak! It came from the floor vent, the large metal heating grate in the corner of the room near the closet. It was the main intake for the building's furnace. I turned around slowly, dread pooling in my stomach like lead. The metal screw holding the grate in place popped out. It flew across the room and pinged against the opposite wall. The heavy metal grate lifted up, pushed from the inside. I watched in horror as long, pale fingers wrapped around the edge of the vent. It wasn't a child's hand. These fingers were impossibly long, skeletal, and gray. The nails were black, cracked, and curled like talons. A head pushed up through the opening. It was wrapped in bandages, dirty, brown-stained bandages. I screamed and backed away, tripping over the milk crate the TV sat on. The crate collapsed, sending the TV tumbling. It hit the floor with a crash, but the screen didn't break. It landed face up, the image of the sewn mouth still staring at the ceiling, glowing blue. The thing crawled out of the vent. It moved like a spider, limbs splayed out at wrong angles, joints popping and cracking with every movement. It pulled itself onto the concrete floor, wearing that same filthy hospital gown I had seen on the screen. It stood up. It was small, hunched over. It crawled toward me on its hands and knees. I scrambled backward, crab walking on my hands and feet until my back hit the cold concrete wall. I had nowhere to go. "What do you want?" I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Leave me alone, please." The thing stopped halfway across the room. It sat up on its knees. It looked at me with its bandaged face. It didn't attack. It didn't lunge. It raised a hand and pointed. It pointed at the TV lying on the floor. I looked at the screen. The image had changed. It was no longer the close-up of the face. It was my apartment. It was a live feed of my living room, shot from a high angle from the corner of the ceiling where the shadows were deepest. The picture was crisp and clear. I could see myself cowering against the wall, looking pathetic and small. I could see the bandaged monster kneeling in the center of the room, pointing. But on the screen, there was something else. Standing directly behind me, in the shadow of the doorway to the kitchen, was a tall, dark figure. It was a shadow person, a silhouette of pure vantablack darkness, 7 feet tall, its edges blurring into smoke. It had no features, no face, except for 2 points of burning red light where its eyes should be. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. It smelled of sulfur, ozone, and rotten meat. I didn't turn around. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, if I looked it in the eyes, I would die. The bandaged thing on the floor wasn't attacking me. It was warning me. "Run!" the bandaged thing hissed. The stitches on its sewn mouth tore open one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Blood dribbled down its chin onto the dirty gown. "Run!" I lunged to the side. I rolled away from the wall just as a massive black claw slashed the air where my head had been a second before. The claw gouged deep grooves into the drywall, sending white dust flying. I scrambled to my feet, slipping on the loose paper scattered on the floor. I sprinted for the door. The apartment shook. A low, guttural roar filled the room. It sounded like the earth splitting open. The lights flickered and exploded, showering the room in glass and sparks. I fumbled with the locks in the dark. Deadbolt, chain, handle. My fingers felt like clumsy sausages. I couldn't get the chain to slide. I felt something grab the back of my shirt. Cold, so cold, it burned my skin through the fabric like dry ice. I ripped forward with everything I had. I heard the fabric tear. I heard the screech of the shadow thing. I burst out into the hallway of the building, slamming the door behind me. I heard a heavy thud against the door from the inside, then scratching, frantic, deep scratching that sounded like knives on wood. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, tripping, falling, skinning my knees, getting up again. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the street. It was raining again. I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, panting, shirtless, bleeding from a long scratch on my back, the rain mixing with the blood. I looked like a maniac. I didn't go back down there. I called the police from a 24-hour bodega down the block. I told them someone broke in. I sounded crazy, hysterical, rambling about bandages and shadows. When the cops arrived, 2 burly officers went downstairs with flashlights drawn and guns out. I waited at the top of the stairs, shivering in the rain. They came back up 10 minutes later, holstering their weapons. They looked annoyed. "Apartment's empty, son," the older officer said, clicking his pen. "No sign of a break-in. But you got a mess down there. TV's on the floor. Vent cover is unscrewed. Light bulbs are blown. Looks like you had a party." "Did you check the vent?" I asked, grabbing his arm. "Did you look inside?" He shook me off. "Yeah, it's just a heating duct. Goes to the furnace room. It's too small for a person to fit in. Maybe a rat, but not a person, and definitely not a 7-foot shadow." "I saw it," I said. "It came out of there. The bandaged thing came out of the vent. The shadow was behind me." The officer looked at me with pity. He wrote something in his notebook. I saw him circle the word mental. "Maybe you need to get checked out, kid," he said softly. "There's a lot of black mold in these old basements. Makes people hallucinate. Seen it before. Carbon monoxide, maybe. Go to the hospital." They left. I moved out the next day. I refused to go back inside alone. I hired a moving company to grab my boxes, but I left the TV. I told them to leave it on the floor. I left my deposit. I didn't care about money anymore. I stayed on a friend's couch for a week, unable to sleep without the lights on. I flinched at every shadow. Then I found a new place, a 3rd-floor apartment in a newer building across town. No basement, lots of windows, electric baseboard heating, no vents. I thought I was safe. I really did. I thought the signal was stuck in that basement, bound to that cursed TV. But yesterday, I was walking past an electronics store downtown. It was a high-end place with a huge wall of flat-screen TVs in the window, all playing the same 24-hour news channel. As I walked by, the hairs on my arms stood up. Every single TV screen flickered in unison. The news anchor's face distorted, stretched, and disappeared. The screens turned blue. 50 shades of electric blue staring at me from behind the glass. Then the grainy black and white image appeared on all 50 screens. The passers-by didn't seem to notice. They kept walking, eyes on their phones, ignoring the glitch. The hallway, the checkered floor, The bandaged figure stood in the center. Its gown was tattered now, hanging in shreds. It stepped closer to the camera. It raised a long, bony finger and pointed directly at the camera lens, directly at me. Then text appeared on the screen, written in jagged white letters that looked like scratches on the film. "We are still below." I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I locked myself in my new apartment. I have covered the electrical outlets with duct tape. I have piled furniture against the door. I threw my phone in the sink filled with water. But it's getting quiet in here. Too? Quiet. And 5 minutes ago, my laptop, which was closed and powered down on the coffee table, turned on. The lid didn't open. The screen just illuminated, shining blue light through the gap between the keyboard and the screen. Then the speakers crackled. The humming. I opened the laptop. I had to know. A video file was playing. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. It's a video of me, sleeping, in my new bed, taken from a high angle, directly above my head, as if the camera is inside the ceiling. I can see myself tossing and turning in the sheets, oblivious. And in the corner of the room, standing in the shadows where the wall meets the ceiling, is the tall, dark figure with red eyes. It is watching me. It is taller than the room. Its head is bent against the ceiling, and crouching at the foot of my bed is the bandaged thing. It is stroking my leg with a long gray finger. The video ends. I hear a sound from the ceiling. Creak! There are no vents in this apartment. But the drywall above my head is cracking. A hairline fracture is spreading across the pristine white ceiling. White dust is falling on my keyboard like snow. Something's pushing through the plaster. I can see the outline of fingers pressing against the paint from the other side. I have nowhere left to run. And the humming has started again. It's coming from the walls. It's coming from the floor. It's coming from inside my head. If you're reading this, do not buy used electronics. Do not look for signals in the static. And if you see a blue screen, run. Just run. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The concrete that never cures. I am writing this on a stack of napkins in a 24-hour laundromat in Idaho. I don't have a phone. I smashed my laptop with a tire iron 3 days ago because the cooling fan started to sound like a whisper. I am surrounded by the sound of tumbling clothes and rushing water, and it is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The white noise helps. It drowns out the settling of the building's foundation. If you are a structural engineer, a night watchman, or just a desperate person looking for quick cash on the deep web job boards, listen to me. If you see a listing for a structural monitor at the Black River Hydroelectric Project, specifically for Sector 9, do not apply. I don't care if they offer you 6 figures for a 3-month contract. I don't care if they promise to pay off your student loans in a lump sum. Do not go into the concrete. My name is Arthur. I was 30 years old, a failed architect working as a security guard at a mall, living in a studio apartment that smelled like cat piss and regret. I was drowning in debt. When I found a listing, it seemed like a lifeline. It was vague, listed under a shell company called Apex Geotechnical. Urgent. Site monitor needed for dormant infrastructure project. Remote location. 12-hour shifts. Monitoring hydration levels in load-bearing concrete. $5,000 weekly. Non-disclosure agreement required. I applied. I got a call 2 hours later. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Vance, didn't ask about my security experience. He asked about my psychological history. Do you have a history of claustrophobia? No. Do you talk to yourself? No. Are you comfortable in total silence for extended periods? I prefer it, I lied. I signed the contract. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading deep into the Cascade Mountains to a place where the roads turned from asphalt to gravel, and then from gravel to mud. The site was a monster. It was an unfinished hydroelectric dam, a massive, curved wall of gray concrete wedged between two jagged mountain peaks. It looked like a tombstone for a giant. Construction had stopped in the 1990s due to funding issues, but Vance told me they were preparing to restart. They needed someone to make sure the core integrity hadn't degraded. There was a small portable building at the base of the dam. That was my home. My only contact was a voice on a shortwave radio, a supervisor named Miller, who sat in a warm office 50 miles away. Your job is simple, Art, Miller's voice crackled on the first night. Take the freight elevator to the inspection tunnels. Walk the length. Check the digital hygrometers embedded in the walls. They measure moisture content. If the number is above 15%, you log it. If it's above 20%, you radio me immediately. If it's below 5%, you log it. That's it. Why would the moisture vary? I asked. This concrete was poured 30 years ago. It should be cured by now. There was a pause on the radio, a long, static-filled silence. Just read the numbers, Art, and stay out of the unlit zones. The wiring is old. I geared up, hard hat, high visibility vest, steel-toed boots, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I took the service elevator down. It was a cage, rattling and screeching as it descended into the body of the dam. The air got colder, heavier. It smelled of wet limestone dust and something metallic, like the taste of blood in your mouth. The inspection tunnels were endless. Long, cylindrical corridors drilled right through the solid concrete. The only light came from the string of dim yellow bulbs overhead. I started my rounds. The first week was mind-numbing. I walked miles of concrete. I checked hundreds of little digital displays, 12%, 12%, 11%, 13%. It was boring. But the silence was heavy. In the dam, there was no wind, no animals, no traffic. Just the hum of the bulbs and the sound of my own breathing. But sometimes, if I stopped walking, I could hear the dam settling, crack, pop, groan. It sounded like the mountain was trying to crush the intruder in its gut. On the 9th night, the numbers changed. I was in Sector 4, a deep section near the base of the dam. The air was humid here. My flashlight beam cut through a thin mist. I checked a hygrometer. Moisture, 45%. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Concrete doesn't just gain moisture unless there's a leak. I tapped the gauge. Moisture, 48%. It was rising. I grabbed the radio. Miller, I got a reading in Sector 4. It's nearly 50%. Is there a breach in the outer wall? Are we taking on water? Static. Then Miller's voice sounded tight. No breach. The reservoir is empty, Art. There's no water on the other side. Then where is the moisture coming from? It's internal sweating, Miller said. Just log it. Do not touch the wall. I hung up the radio. I looked at the wall. It was sweating. Dark patches were forming on the gray surface, but it wasn't water. It was thick, viscous. It looked like gray slime. It oozed out of the microscopic pores of the concrete. I stepped closer. The smell was overpowering. It didn't smell like water. It smelled like raw meat. It smelled like a slaughterhouse. I reached out to touch it, then remembered Miller's warning. I pulled my hand back. As I stared at the dark stain, it moved. It didn't drip down. It pulsed. The stain expanded and contracted like a lung taking a breath. I backed away. "Okay," I whispered. "Chemical reaction. Old sealant breaking down." I finished my rounds and got the hell out of there. But the next night, it got worse. I was in the elevator, heading down to Sector 6. The cage rattled and shook. Then, halfway down, it stopped. The lights in the elevator died. I was hanging in the pitch black, suspended in a shaft 100 feet underground. "Miller!" I yelled into the radio. "Power's out in the lift." No answer, just a rhythmic clicking sound on the frequency. Click, click, click. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it through the mesh floor of the cage. Below me, the shaft went down into darkness. But something was moving down there. I saw pale shapes. They looked like people, naked gray people, climbing up the structural beams of the shaft. They moved silently, fluidly, like they didn't have bones. I rubbed my eyes. "Hallucinations," I muttered. "Sensory deprivation." The lights flickered back on. The elevator jerked and continued down. When the doors opened at Sector 6, the hallway was different. The yellow bulbs were buzzing angrily, and the walls were wrong. The concrete wasn't flat anymore. It was bulging. Every 10 feet, there was a lump in the wall, roughly the size of a person. It looked like someone had been wrapped in a sheet and then plastered over. I walked past them, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stopped at a hygrometer. Moisture, 85%. The concrete here was soft. I could see my boot prints sinking slightly into the floor. The concrete hadn't cured. It was reverting to sludge. I walked up to one of the bulges in the wall. The sweat was pouring off it now. I shined my light on the center of the lump. There was a face. It was faint, pressed against the surface from the inside, like a face pressing against a latex sheet. I could see the outline of a nose, a mouth, closed eyes. I stumbled back, dropping my clipboard. The mouth on the wall opened. It didn't tear. The concrete just stretched. A hole formed. A sound came out. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of grinding stones. "Dry," the wall groaned. "So, dry." I grabbed my radio. "Miller, there are people in the walls. There are bodies in the concrete." Miller's voice came back instantly, screaming, "Get out of Sector 6, Art! Get to the stairs. Do not listen to them. They are just aggregate." "Aggregate?" I yelled. "They're talking to me?" "They are part of the mix," Miller shouted. "They are the structural integrity. If you disturb them, the dam fails." I ran. I sprinted down the corridor. The floor was getting softer. It felt like running in mud. My boots sucked and squelched with every step. The bulges in the walls were writhing now. Hands pushed out against the surface, stretching the gray matter, fingers elongated, grasping at the air. "Fluid!" a chorus of grinding voices whispered. "We need fluid." I reached the stairwell door. I grabbed the handle. It was stuck. The concrete frame had shifted, pinching the door shut. I slammed my shoulder against it. Thud! It didn't budge. I looked back. The walls were melting. The concrete was flowing like lava, sliding down to the floor, forming a wave of gray sludge. And in the sludge, the figures were rising. They were half-formed, men and women made of wet cement. Their features were blurred, their limbs thick and heavy. They pulled themselves out of the walls with a wet sucking sound. One of them lunged at me. It grabbed my leg. Its hand was cold and heavy. It burned. Chemical burn. The lime in the cement was eating my pants. I kicked it in the face. My boot went right through its head with a splat. The head dissolved into slurry, but the hand held on. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. I smashed the handle of the door. Once, twice. The latch broke. I fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door shut and wedged the extinguisher under the handle. I could hear them slamming against the door from the other side. Thud, splat, thud. I ran up the stairs. It was 40 flights to the surface. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. At flight 20, I stopped to breathe. I looked at the wall of the stairwell. There was a crack running through it. And inside the crack I saw an eye. A real human eye. Blue. Bloodshot. It was looking at me. It was embedded deep in the stone. It blinked. "Arthur," a voice whispered from the crack. "Don't leave us. We are the foundation." I screamed and kept running. I burst out of the access door at the top of the dam. The night air hit me. It was raining. I ran to my portable cabin. I grabbed my car keys. I grabbed my bag. My radio crackled on the desk. "Art!" Miller's voice was calm now, terrifyingly calm. "You can't leave. You've been exposed." "Exposed to what?" I screamed, fumbling with the keys. "The mix," Miller said. "It's biological concrete, Art. It's an experiment. Self-healing structures. But it needs biomass to cure. It needs calcium. It needs bone. We ran out of volunteers years ago." "You're sick," I yelled. "Check your leg, Art," Miller whispered. I looked down at my leg, where the concrete thing had grabbed me. My jeans were dissolved. The skin underneath was gray. It wasn't paint. My skin was turning to stone. It was hard, rough to the touch. I couldn't feel my ankle. "It spreads," Miller said. "You're already part of the dam. Come back to the tunnels. Find a spot in the wall. It's peaceful. You'll be strong. You'll hold back the mountain." I threw the radio against the wall. It shattered. I ran to my car. I drove down the mountain road like a maniac. I felt my leg getting heavier, stiffer. I had to use my hand to lift my leg to work the clutch. I drove until I hit a town. I went to the ER. I told them I spilled industrial epoxy on my leg. They tried to scrub it off. They couldn't. The doctor touched my skin. He tapped it. It made a clink sound like ceramic. "We need to amputate," he said. "The tissue is necrotic. It's calcifying." I didn't wait for the surgery. I knew if they put me under, I wouldn't wake up. Miller would come for me, or the concrete would take the rest of me. I ran out of the hospital. That was 3 days ago. I am in this laundromat because the heat from the dryers helps. It keeps the gray patch on my leg from spreading fast. Cold makes it harden. Heat keeps it somewhat pliable. But it's spreading. It's up to my knee now. My toes are fused together. I can't move my foot. And the worst part isn't the physical change. It's the sound. I can hear the building I am in. I can hear the concrete floor of the laundromat. It's whispering to me, "Brother," the floor groans, "join us. Be stable. Be still." I can hear the walls of the strip mall. I can hear the sidewalk outside. Every piece of concrete in the world is alive. It's all connected. It's all part of the same silent suffering network. Every building you walk into is a tomb. Every sidewalk you step on is a graveyard of trapped souls screaming in slow motion. I am going to keep moving. I am going to find a cabin in the woods. Wood. I need wood. No stone, no cement. But I am typing this because I know I won't make it. My fingers are getting stiff. My skin is turning gray. If you see a new retaining wall being built, if you see a dam, if you see a fresh sidewalk being poured, don't step in the wet cement. It's not just drying, it's feeding. And if you stand still too long, it will grab you. Miller was right about one thing. The dam is strong. I can feel its weight in my mind. I can feel the mountain pushing against me. I am becoming heavy. I am becoming structural. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a job monitoring deep earth frequencies in a remote station, but the sounds from below are starting to call my name. I am writing this from a diner off Interstate 80. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the pen, and I keep spilling the coffee on the table. The waitress looks at me like I'm a junkie, but I don't care. I haven't slept in 4 days. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the static. I hear the scratching. I hear the voice that sounds like mine, but deeper, wetter, like it's coming through a throat filled with mud. I need to get this down on paper. I need to leave a record because I think I'm going to die tonight. Or worse, I'm going to go back there. It started because I was desperate. That's how all these stories start, isn't it? Nobody takes a job in the middle of nowhere for minimum wage unless they have no other choice. I had lost my job at the factory. My girlfriend had kicked me out, and I was living in my 2004 Toyota Corolla. I was scrolling through job boards on my phone, using the free Wi-Fi at a library, when I saw it. Position, seismic monitor. Location, Outpost 4, Blackwood Ridge. Duties, monitor automated systems, log frequency data, maintain equipment. Pay, $2,000 a week. Cash, $2,000 a week. For sitting in a room and watching a computer screen. It sounded too good to be true. I called the number. A man answered on the first ring. His voice was dry, cracking like stepping on autumn leaves. "Can you handle silence?" he asked. "No hello? No company name?" "Yes," I said. "Can you stay awake for 12 hours at a time?" "Yes." "Do you have family who will miss you if you are out of cell service for a month?" "No." "Be at the trailhead of Blackwood Ridge at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't bring a phone, don't bring a computer. Analog only. We provide the rest." I should have said no. I should have hung up. But I looked at my bank account balance, 12.45, and I said yes. I met the man the next morning. He was driving a black Jeep with no license plates. He was old, maybe 70. With skin that looked like leather and eyes that didn't blink enough. He handed me a duffel bag and a set of keys. "The hike is 4 miles up," he said, pointing to a narrow dirt path disappearing into the dense pine forest. "The station is at the top. It's a concrete bunker. You can't miss it. There is a manual on the desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not deviate. I will come back in 30 days with your money." "Wait," I said. "What exactly am I monitoring? Earthquakes?" He looked at me, and for a second I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "We are listening to the tectonic plates," he said, "to make sure they don't shift. Just listen to the needles, kid. If they go into the red, you press the button. That's it." He drove away before I could ask what the button did. I hiked up. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no crickets, just the sound of my boots on the dry earth and the wind hissing through the pine needles. The station was ugly. It was a gray concrete block, half buried in the side of the mountain. It looked like a World War II bunker. There was a heavy steel door with a wheel lock, like a submarine. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It smelled of ozone, old copper, and stale coffee. The room was one large space. In the center, there was a massive console of equipment that looked like it was from the 1970s. Oscilloscopes with glowing green lines, reel-to-reel tape decks, and a wall of speakers. In the corner, there was a cot and a small kitchenette with a stack of canned beans and a manual can opener. But the most disturbing thing was the hole. In the back of the room, behind a thick pane of plexiglass, there was a hole in the floor. It was a borehole, maybe 3 feet wide, going straight down into the earth. There were cables running down into it, thick black cables that pulsed slightly as if liquid was being pumped through them. I settled in. The first 3 days were boring. I read the manual. It was simple. Protocol: wear the headphones at all times during your shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Record the frequency levels every hour. If the frequency drops below 10 hertz, turn up the gain. If the frequency rises above 150 hertz, initiate the dampening sequence. Never speak into the microphone unless instructed. I sat at the desk. I put on the heavy padded headphones. The sound of the earth is boring. It's just a low hum. Like a refrigerator running in the next room. Occasionally, there would be a pop or a crackle, which the manual said was rock settling deep underground. I wrote down the numbers: 40 hertz, 42 hertz, 39 hertz. It was easy money. On the 4th night, the rhythm changed. It was 2 a.m. The wind was howling outside, shaking the heavy steel door. I was eating cold beans from the can. I looked at the oscilloscope. The green line wasn't a flat wave anymore. It was spiking. Thump, thump, thump. It looked like a heartbeat. I adjusted the volume on the headphones. Thump, thump. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a hammer hitting a mattress wrapped in 10 layers of blankets. It was deep, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it in my ears. I checked the frequency. 12 hertz. It was getting low. I followed the rules. I reached for the knob labeled gain and turned it up. The sound got louder. Thump, thump. And then, in the space between the thumps, I heard something else. Scritch, scratch. It sounded like fingernails on chalkboard or claws on stone. It was coming from the microphone deep in the hole. I leaned closer to the monitor. Just rocks, I whispered to myself. Just rocks sliding against rocks. Then a voice spoke in my ear. Hungry. I ripped the headphones off and threw them on the desk. I spun around, grabbing the flashlight. "Who's there?" I shouted. The concrete room echoed. "Who is it?" Silence. Just the hum of the machines. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. I checked the plexiglass shield around the hole. It was intact. I told myself I was hallucinating. Isolation psychosis. It happens. I put the headphones back on, leaving one ear uncovered. The scratching was gone. The heartbeat was gone. The line was flat again. I didn't sleep that day. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind. On the 7th night, the equipment started moving on its own. I was sitting at the desk, fighting to keep my eyes open. I had drunk 3 cups of terrible instant coffee. Suddenly, the reel-to-reel tape deck spun to life. Whoa! The tape started spinning fast. The needles on the VU meters slammed into the red. I hadn't touched anything. I grabbed the manual. There was nothing about this. I put the headphones on. The sound was screaming, not a human scream. It was electronic screaming, feedback, static, white noise. But underneath it, there was a pattern. Short, long, short, short, long, short, Morse code. No, it was too rhythmic. It was breathing, inhale, static, exhale, scream. I reached to turn the volume down, but the knob wouldn't turn. It was stuck. Then the red phone on the wall rang. I jumped so hard I knocked my chair over. There was a red rotary phone mounted near the door. The manual didn't mention it. I didn't even know it was connected to anything. Ring, ring, ring. It was a loud mechanical bell. I walked over to it slowly. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I picked up the receiver. "Hello." "Don't listen to it," a voice said. It was the old man who hired me, but he sounded different, terrified. "Arthur, tell me you aren't listening to it." "The tape deck started on its own," I yelled. "What is happening? What is down there?" "It's waking up," the old man whispered. "We miscalculated. The dampeners aren't holding. Arthur, listen to me carefully. There is a breaker switch in the kitchenette, behind the fridge. You need to kill the power to the audio system. Do it now." "Why?" "Because it learns," he screamed. "It learns frequencies. If you let it listen to the room, it will learn your voice. And once it has your voice, it can open the door." The line went dead. I dropped the phone. "It will learn your voice." I looked at a console. The tape reels were still spinning. The needles were bouncing. And then, coming through the speakers on the wall, not the headphones, the main speakers, I heard a sound. "Hello?" It was my voice. It was the recording of me answering the phone 10 seconds ago. "Hello? What is happening? What is down there?" The machine was playing my voice back to me. But then it changed. The pitch shifted down. It became deeper, gravelly. "What is down there, Arthur?" It said my name. I hadn't said my name. I scrambled to the kitchenette. I shoved the heavy refrigerator aside. There was a gray metal panel on the wall. I ripped it open. There was a single large switch labeled Audio Mains. I grabbed it and yanked it down. Clunk! The lights in the station flickered. The tape deck slowed down. Woo! Click! The speakers went silent. The room was dead quiet. I stood there, panting, sweating. I was safe. I had killed the power. Then, from the hole in the back of the room behind the plexiglass, I heard a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks on the glass from the inside. I shined my flashlight at the hole. The borehole was dark. But on the inside of the plexiglass there was condensation, and in the condensation something had drawn a shape, a smiley face. I backed away. No, that's impossible. It's a sealed shaft. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. The glass vibrated. I grabbed my jacket. I grabbed the keys. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the old man. I ran to the steel door. I grabbed the wheel lock and turned it. It wouldn't move. I spun it the other way. Stuck. I threw my weight against it. It felt like it was welded shut. Then I saw the keypad. I hadn't noticed it before. A digital keypad next to the door. The screen was lit up red. Lockdown initiated. Containment breach. "Open!" I screamed, banging on the steel. "Let me out!" From the speakers, which should have been dead, a voice crackled. "Let me out!" It was mocking me. I looked at the console. The power switch I had pulled. It was physically pushed back up into the on position. I hadn't touched it. The tape reel started spinning again. I ran to the corner of the room, grabbing the heavy metal can opener as a weapon. I huddled on the cot. "What do you want?" I whispered. The speakers crackled. "Arthur, hungry." I spent the next 3 days in that corner. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I just watched the hole. Every hour the sounds got worse. First it was scratching, then it was screaming, then it was singing. It sang nursery rhymes. Mary had a little lamb, but the voice was distorted, like a choir of drowning children. Then, on the 10th night, the visual feed turned on. There was a small green monitor on the console labeled Bore Cam. I had never looked at it because the manual said the camera was broken. It flickered to life. The image was grainy, black and white. It showed the rock walls of the shaft, deep underground. The camera was moving. It was being pulled up. I watched, paralyzed. The camera passed layers of rock, granite, shale. Then it passed something else, flesh. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. They were lined with a thick gray material that looked like skin. Veins throbbed in the rock. The camera kept coming up. 500 feet, 400 feet. It passed a nest. Carved into the side of the rock wall was a cavity, and inside the cavity were things that looked like eggs. Translucent, gelatinous sacs the size of beach balls. Inside them, dark shapes writhed. The camera kept coming. 200 feet, 100 feet. I could hear the physical sound now, not through the speakers, through the air, slithering, wet, heavy, sliding sounds coming from the shaft. I looked at the plexiglass. It was fogging up. Heat was radiating from the hole. The camera feed reached the top. On the screen, I saw the underside of the plexiglass cover, and then I saw a face. It pressed against the camera lens. It didn't have eyes. It had holes. Dozens of small, perfectly round holes where a face should be. And they were all opening and closing, whistling. It was made of holes. And then the plexiglass cracked. Crack. A spiderweb fracture appeared in the center of the shield. I knew I had seconds. I looked around the room. The door was sealed. The phone was dead. The ventilation ducked. Above the kitchenette there was a square vent. It was small, maybe 18 inches wide, but I was skinny. I dragged the table over. I climbed up. I used the can opener to unscrew the bolts. My fingers were bleeding. Crash! The plexiglass shattered. The sound of the explosion deafened me. A smell filled the room. Sulfur, rot, and old blood. I pulled the vent cover off. I squeezed my head and shoulders in. Behind me, I heard the thing pull itself out of the hole. Squelch, thud. It sounded heavy, wet. "Arthur," it hissed. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room. "Where are you going?" I kicked my legs, shoving myself deeper into the duct. It was tight. The metal pressed against my chest. I couldn't breathe. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, dusty metal tube. I heard the creature tearing the room apart. I heard the metal console being ripped from the floor. I heard the cot being smashed. Then I heard it sniffing. Sniff, sniff. It was sniffing the air, tracking me. I heard a heavy thud against the wall below the vent. It knew where I was. I crawled faster. The duct went up at an angle. I pushed with my toes, scraping my skin raw. Screech! Metal tearing. It was peeling the vent open from the wall. I scrambled up, turning a corner in the ductwork. I saw moonlight ahead, a grate leading to the outside. I kicked the grate. It flew off. I fell out onto the dirt, rolling down the hill. The cool night air hit my face. I stood up and ran. I ran down the mountain trail in the dark. I fell over roots, smashed my face on branches, twisted my ankle. I didn't stop. Behind me, from the concrete bunker, I heard a sound that will haunt me forever. It wasn't a roar, it was a broadcast. The creature was projecting a sound so loud it shook the trees. It was the sound of a baby crying. Then the sound of a woman screaming for help. Then the sound of my own voice amplified 1,000 times. "Help me! Please, God, help me!" It was baiting me, trying to get me to turn around. I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys. I got inside and locked the doors. The engine sputtered, then started. I drove down that mountain road at 80 miles an hour. I almost went off the cliff 3 times. I drove until I hit the highway. I drove until the sun came up. I'm at the diner now. I tried to call the number of the man who hired me. The line is dead. I looked up the location on Google Maps. There is no Outpost 4. There is no Blackwood Ridge. The area is marked as a geological exclusion zone, danger, unstable soil. But here is the part that makes me shake. Here is why I am writing this. My hearing hasn't come back to normal. Everything sounds muffled. But 5 minutes ago, the jukebox in the diner started playing a song. It was an old country song. But halfway through, the lyrics changed. The singer's voice warped. It dropped in pitch. "Arthur," the jukebox sang, "I can taste you." The waitress didn't notice. The trucker in the corner didn't notice. Only I heard it. And now my phone is vibrating. I don't have the old man's number saved. It's coming up as unknown, but I know who it is. It's not the old man. I can hear the breathing through the phone before I even answer it. It's the frequency. It traveled with me. It's in the network now. I'm going to go to the bathroom and smash my phone. Then I'm going to steal a car that doesn't have a radio. If you read this, stay away from the mountains. Stay away from the quiet places. And if you hear a humming sound coming from the ground, run. Don't listen to it. Don't try to find where it's coming from. Because once it learns your name, it never stops calling. The waitress is walking over to me. She looks confused. "Sir?" she asks. "Your nose is bleeding." I wipe my face. My hand comes away red. "And, sir," she says, pointing to my coffee cup, "your coffee is vibrating." I look down. Ripples are forming in the black liquid. Thump, thump, thump. It's here. It traveled through the ground. I have to go. God help me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I used an AI tool to restore old family photos. It found people who weren't there. I am a professional archivist. I specialize in digital restoration. People bring me their water-damaged wedding albums, their sun-bleached Polaroids of grandparents they never met, and I bring them back to life. I use a combination of Photoshop, high-resolution scanning, and recently, AI upscaling tools. I know the artifacts of compression. I know what a JPEG halo looks like. I know the difference between a smudge on the lens and a ghostly figure, or I thought I did. My grandmother passed away 3 weeks ago. She left me her house in rural Vermont, a sprawling, drafty Victorian that smelled of lavender and damp wood. In the attic, inside a cedar chest that hadn't been opened since the Reagan administration, I found the reels. They weren't photos. They were 8mm film canisters, dozens of them. Labeled in her shaky cursive, Summer 1955, Christmas 1962, The Lake House 1970. I brought them back to my studio in Boston. I have a telecine machine, a device that digitizes old film frame by frame. I wanted to surprise my dad with a montage for the funeral. I started with the reel labeled 4th of July, 1958. The footage was grainy, flickering with that nostalgic warmth you only get from celluloid. It showed a backyard barbecue. My grandfather, young and handsome, flipping burgers. My dad, a toddler, running through a sprinkler. It was wholesome. It was safe. But the quality was poor. The lighting was blown out, and the shadows were crushed into black voids. I decided to run it through a new beta software I'd been testing called Kronos Clear. It uses a generative adversarial network, a fancy AI, to not just sharpen images, but to predict missing data. It looks at a blurry face and calculates what the nose and eyes should look like based on bone structure and lighting. It's controversial in my field because it's technically inventing reality, but the results are usually breathtaking. I loaded the digitized footage into Kronos Clear. I set the parameters to maximum restoration and deep detail recovery. I hit render and went to make a sandwich. When I came back, the progress bar was green. I played the file. The difference was staggering. The grain was gone. The colors were vibrant. It looked like it had been shot yesterday on an iPhone 15. I could see the sweat on my grandfather's forehead. I could see the individual blades of grass. Then the camera panned to the tree line at the edge of the yard. In the original footage, the trees were just a dark blur of shadow. In the restored version, the AI had resolved the shadows. Standing just inside the woods watching the barbecue was a woman. She wasn't a guest. She was wearing a heavy woolen coat that was far too hot for July. Her skin was gray, and her neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, her head resting on her own shoulder as if the spine had been snapped. I froze, my hand hovering over the space bar. I rewound. I played it frame by frame. The AI tracked her. As the camera panned, she didn't move, but her eyes did. The software had resolved her pupils. They were locked onto my toddler father. "It's a glitch," I whispered to the empty room. "It's pareidolia." The AI saw a pattern of leaves and bark and thought it was a face. That happens. AI hallucinates faces in clouds or carpet patterns all the time. I deleted the cache and re-rendered the clip. If it was a random glitch, the generative noise should be different this time. The render finished. I played it. The woman was still there, but this time she had taken a step closer to the lawn. My stomach dropped. That shouldn't be possible. The source footage was the same. The AI should produce the same result or a random variation. It shouldn't advance the timeline. I grabbed another reel. Christmas, 1962. My dad would have been 7. I didn't watch the raw footage. I fed it straight into Kronos Clear. The scene was the living room, wrapping paper everywhere, a fire in the hearth. The restoration was crystal clear. And there, standing in the hallway behind the festive scene, was the woman. She was closer now. She was standing just outside the doorframe. Her neck was still broken, her head lolling sickeningly to the left. She was wearing the same wool coat, but the terrifying detail was her hands. She was holding a sack, a burlap sack that looked wet. It was stained dark at the bottom, and she was smiling. The AI had rendered the smile with horrifying precision. Her teeth were jagged, brown, and too small. I spent the next 6 hours processing every reel in the box. It became an obsession. I wasn't an archivist anymore. I was a detective at a crime scene. She was in every single reel. 1968, a graduation party. She was standing in the crowd, her broken neck making her head stick out among the sea of mortar boards. 1975, my parents' wedding. She was in the back pew of the church. The guests on either side of her didn't seem to see her, but they were leaning away from her, subconsciously leaving a bubble of empty space. The AI was getting better at rendering her, or maybe she was getting more real. In the 1980 footage, I noticed something that made me vomit in my wastebasket. It was footage of my own first birthday party. I was in a high chair, smashing cake. The woman was standing directly behind the high chair. Her gray, long-fingered hand, was resting on my shoulder. I checked the raw footage. In the original, there was just a shadow there, a trick of the light. But the AI had found the data. It had found the hand. I called my dad. It was 3 a.m. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking, "who is the woman with the broken neck?" Silence on the other end. Heavy, breathing silence. "Dad, where did you see her?" His voice was a whisper, a terrified, childlike whisper. "In the movies. Grandma's movies. I restored them. Dad, she's touched me in the birthday video. Who is she?" "She's the taker," my dad said. He sounded like he was crying. "Grandma said we don't talk about her. If you don't talk about her, she stays in the peripheral. She stays in the blur. You can't make her clear, son. You must never make her clear." "What happens if she gets clear?" "She comes through." The line went dead. I looked at my computer screen. The render of my birthday was still paused. The woman on the screen was looking at the camera. Then the video player glitched. It wasn't a digital artifact. It was the playhead moving. The video started playing, but I hadn't touched the mouse. And it wasn't the birthday video anymore. The screen showed my studio, my current studio. It was a live feed. The Chronos Clear software had hijacked my webcam. On the screen, I saw the back of my own head. I saw my messy desk. I saw the darkness of the hallway behind me. The software status bar read, "Processing real-time restoration. Phase 1, denoising. Phase 2, shadow resolution. Phase 3, entity manifestation." I spun around in my chair to look at the hallway. Empty. Just the coat rack and the door to the kitchen. I looked back at the screen. The AI was rendering the hallway. It was sharpening the shadows. In the monitor, the woman was standing in my hallway. She was no longer wearing the wool coat. She was wearing a tattered dress that looked like it was made of skin. Her head was still snapped to the side, her ear resting on her shoulder. She was looking at the back of my head. I grabbed the mouse to close the program. The cursor wouldn't move. A text box appeared on the screen, overlaying the video feed. "Confidence interval, 99.9% object identified. The taker. Action, restore to foreground." "No," I screamed. I reached for the power cord of the PC. On the screen, the woman moved. She didn't walk. She glitched forward. One frame she was in the hall, the next she was standing right behind my chair. I could see her face on the monitor. It was inches from my ear. I yanked the power cord. The computer shut off. The room plunged into silence. The fan spun down. I sat there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I listened. The studio is soundproofed. I shouldn't hear anything, but I heard breathing. It was a wet, rattling sound, the sound of air being forced through a crushed windpipe. "Hurrah!" It was coming from directly behind me. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Don't make her clear," my dad had said. "She stays in the blur. If I don't look, she's not rendered. If I don't look, she's just data." I stood up. Keeping my eyes closed, I felt my way to the door. I felt a coldness, a freezing, absolute zero coldness radiating against my back. Something brushed against my neck. It felt like hair. Greasy, wet hair. I burst out of the room and into the street. I ran until my lungs burned. I checked into a motel with bright lights and no shadows. That was 2 days ago. I haven't gone back to the studio, but I can't escape the technology. I was walking down the street today, and I passed an electronics store. A wall of 8K televisions was displaying a demo reel of a city street. As I walked past, the TVs flickered, the high-definition image sharpened. The pixels rearranged themselves, and there she was, in 8K resolution, standing in the reflection of a shop window on the screen. She noticed me looking. She lifted her head. For the first time in 60 years of footage, she lifted her head off her shoulder. I heard the crack of the vertebrae snapping back into place, amplified through the store speakers. She looked straight at me through the TV screen, and then my phone buzzed. A notification from my cloud photo service. New memory created. I didn't open it. I threw the phone into a sewer grate. But I know what's happening. The algorithm isn't stuck on my computer. It's in the cloud now. It's in the network. It's processing every image, every camera feed, every video call. It's looking for her. And it's finding her. I'm writing this on a library computer. I have to be quick. The screen is starting to flicker. The contrast is deepening. The shadows in the corners of the desktop wallpaper are starting to take shape. She's not just haunting a family anymore. She's been upscaled. She is being rendered into the global resolution. And once the AI finishes processing her, once it reaches 100% clarity, she won't just be an image. I can hear the rattle behind the library stacks. The librarian just looked up. She's staring at the security monitor. Her face is pale. She sees it. The render is complete.